Michelle, just confirming we're available to go. Okay. Welcome to all of our observers following us on YouTube. Uh, we're going to begin this morning by focusing on our technology quality management workstream. So we have a couple of sessions reserved for this discussion this morning. And I'd like to welcome the team, Angelo, Ida, Kevin, and Megan to the table. So thank you very much for all your work. You've clearly been very busy. We'll hear how busy you've been over the last few months. And really, this has been an effort. We started with this hypothesis that because technology tools have been developed at the firm level and either developed or acquired at the firm level, and quality management was a key element of it. And ISQM1 was developed in the period building up to 2020. A lot has happened in this space since then, and that the idea of elucidating on the high level principles that seem to be working pretty well on ISQM1 and 220 made a lot of sense. And what we've done over the last few months, in addition to a lot of individual outreach and research and engagement, has been holding 8 roundtables throughout the world to engage people, engage in the practice at a global level, but also at local levels in diverse environments. We've also included regulators, we've included technologists, we've included preparers and those charged with governance and academics, as along with others. You know, a few key themes that come out of my mind is that, first of all, this isn't about futurism at all. Like AI has been with us for years, but the acceleration has been dramatic over the recent couple of years, particularly with the advances in large language models. So, Gen AI is not something about experimentation. It's going to the heart of audit practices these days. And in fact, the question is about the role of agentic AI too going forward, and how we as a board can most effectively play in this space. What's also interesting is that as we've spoken to people, and at the outset of this, there seemed to be a lot of uncertainty about the role we were seeking to play and almost skepticism in the marketplace. But as we start to talk to people and point out where QM starts and finishes, we hear real challenges that we could be helpful in responding to help avoid regulatory fragmentation and to encourage further democratization of these tools in a way that will improve audit quality and improve confidence in audit. So I want us to really remain at a strategic level today, thinking about less about the words that are in the document, but more about how does this guide our actions going forward? What do we listen to what we've heard, which is really important, but also to start to move to the so what? What can we do within our mandate? And this is really important, within our mandate, connected to existing standards, to be helpful to the marketplace? And what are the range of tools that we could deploy in this, whether it's some form of guidance or convening, et cetera? So really keep at that level today. The other thing is like, we don't have much time to be thinking through the potential paths. Like, we need a pretty solid action plan by the time we get to the March board meeting. And even between now and then, based upon our hypotheses developed at this meeting, the team will probably be working on some of that action plan and the actions already. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Angelo. Really look forward to this discussion. We have a lot of rich input now, and it's time for us to do what standard setters do, evaluate that input and come up with pragmatic solutions.
Oops, that was almost a disaster. Good morning, everybody. Can you hear me okay? Is it coming through okay? Thank you, Tom, and a really big good morning to everybody. So I've got a few opening remarks, and then the team is kind of going to walk you through some stuff. And we're also going to hear a little bit from the PBMs before we start the discussion. So please indulge us for a few minutes while we get these remarks out, and then I'm looking forward to a fantastic discussion with you today. So for the past several months, the team has been focusing on gathering perspectives about what challenges firms and practitioners are facing when applying the IAASB's quality management standards, ISKIM 1 and ISA 220 revised, to emerging tech, but also looking to surface some emerging practices in this space that are starting to surface to address those challenges. Today's meeting marks the end of our initial information gathering phase. Of course, that doesn't end today, but this initial phase to kind of come back to the board and get your thoughts. The issues paper is quite comprehensive in terms of what we heard, but this meeting today is where we want to hear from you, and that will help us shape the direction of travel for this work stream. Three big themes that I'll just touch on really quickly is that emerging, just like Tom mentioned, emerging AI is already being adapted today. And there is an expectation, in fact, that we may we may soon see a shift from discrete assistance to more integrated agentic AI workflows. However, and this is a key point, adoption is not uniform across the firms. In fact, the larger firm experience is quite different from the small and medium-sized practices. This is what we're hearing. A second theme that emerged is that the quality management standards, again, as Tom mentioned, remain resilient, a principle-based foundation that applies well to the evolving landscape that is progressing quite rapidly. But applying those principles to opaque, adaptive, and non-deterministic tools does introduce some real practical challenges. And third, stakeholders of external reporting, all the other participants in our ecosystem, really want confidence that this technology, that there's clear governance and accountability in terms of how these tools are being managed throughout their life cycle. And when I mean life cycle, I mean from development through to monitoring, through to use and engagements, that emerging technological tools remain explainable. That's another key thing we heard from external stakeholders, that the firms are appropriately focused, and this is a key one, on protecting confidentiality of client data. And then also, any materials that the IAASB produces. And I say materials in the broadest possible sense. We'll figure out what the board wants to do in terms of what those materials are. But there's an expectation that those materials remain scalable and proportional to address firms of all sizes and complexity, recognizing that there isn't a one-size-fits-all to quality management. So these themes really do underpin staff's proposal that you've seen in section 4 of the paper, for the board to endorse a commitment to develop non-authoritative materials, which we'll call NAM going forward, just for simplicity, if you'll allow me to do that. Non-authoritative materials NAM, we'll call it NAM for now, that clarify how the existing standards apply to emerging technologies. So NAM was consistently, throughout all of our roundtables, was seen as the best mechanism to provide timely and practical support in a rapidly evolving technological landscape, and also to respond to the needs of firms across the entire spectrum. Again, from including the smaller and medium-sized practices who repeatedly emphasize to us the need for proportionate guidance. Go to the next slide. Okay, really quickly on the team. Here's that team that has been carrying this out, but it's not limited to this team, and I'll speak a little bit about that in a second. But before I move on, I would be remiss if I don't acknowledge that Kevin is moving on. I'm sad about that, Kevin. Reconsider, please. He's moving back to PwC to after a very, very successful fellowship with the IAASB. As you know, he's been on this project from the beginning, and I want to personally thank you, Kevin, for the incredible effort that you put in and for all the insights you brought to this. The great thing is that Kevin's not going very far. He's going to remain part of our TCG. He's going to join the TCG, in fact. We've extended the invite. He's approached his leadership to see if that's doable, but I'm going to just assume that it is. All right. Okay, back to the program. Executing this global outreach that we've been doing this quarter is the scale and quality of it was not easy. Ida, Kevin, and Megan worked tirelessly. This is like I call this planning 8 weddings. It really is. It's that big in terms of the logistical effort there. And they work tirelessly with our partners for each of the roundtables, which are mentioned in your agenda paper. So I won't name them, but really a big thank you to our partners to ensure that we had the right people at the table. Ado and Nancy, along with Tom and Willie, also provided very important strategic input to the initiative, as you might imagine already, but they also contributed to moderating a bunch of the sessions at the roundtables. And then finally, there were a lot of other board members that attended a bunch of our roundtables, and you know who you are, and your TAs as well. You know who you are. You're too many to mention, so I won't mention you. So I apologize about that. But I'm sure that as you comment today, you can tell us a little bit about what your experiences were with the roundtables. Okay, a little bit on the agenda. We're thinking we get through what we're doing is we've structured this session to kind of mimic what we have in our paper. The first 3 sections we'll cover before the break, and then we'll cover the last section after the break, which is that meaty section about what the IAASB's role is. And that gets an hour because it's that important. Ida's going to kick us off for section 1. Hey, she's going to tell us a little bit about what we heard in terms of how AI is being used today and what's on the horizon. But she's going to invite the board members to also weigh in on whether that description in the paper resonates with your own experiences. And all of you have your own networks, and does it resonate how we've described it? The second session, I'll moderate, that covers the challenges and the emerging practice of applying our standards to emerging tech. Kevin's going to take us through section 3, sharing what external stakeholders expect from the profession. And then we'll come back after the break. Pardon me. We'll come back after the break. We'll talk about section 4, which is the IAASB's role, and also we'll talk a little bit about next steps. Okay. All right. This over here kind of encapsulates what we've been talking a little bit about already, that the board is already very, very aware of. We're going to come back in March if based on what the board directs us to do during section 4 with an action plan. And we'll get to that soon. Okay. This is a very quick visual to kind of bring home to you just how extensive these global roundtables have been. But also it also seeks to emphasize just how diverse these things were. Now, when I say diverse, your eyes may be converging on the accounting firms almost going off the charts. Why is that? That was by design. And why? Well, the firms and the practitioners are the ones that are applying the standards. So it makes a huge amount of sense for them to be disproportionately represented at our roundtables. And they were. Our target was, and Willie will attest to this, was 50-50. We wanted 50% practitioners, 50% the rest. So I think we accomplished that. However, you're also going to see on this table a great mix of other voices at the table. And they brought a very balanced and range of perspectives to the discussion. Another important point is that our information gathering was not limited to the roundtables. This is a very, very key point. We are holding targeted discussions with a bunch of other key stakeholders, including, for example, we met with the Forum of Firms, the PCAOB staff, service providers, to name a few. And we will continue to do that as this project progresses. But we also carry out quite extensive desktop research. into AI governance frameworks that are out there and any novel and key critical thinking that's going on in other sectors that could help inform this board. So I just wanted to make the point that the roundtables, although critically important, were not the only source of information and will not be the only source of information going forward. Okay, before we go here, maybe I'll take this. Before we go into session one, and before I turn it to Ida, I wanted to open it up to the PBMs to see whether they had anything that they wanted to add at this point.
Thank you, Angelo. Just want to make a couple of remarks here. I think this is a really exciting project. It is also one that's welcomed by the community. So it's not so much about us imposing yet another set of requirements on them, but seeing how we can help. And really, when you link it back, it links back well to our position paper. We talk about, what do we say? Encouraging and facilitating. Well, the encouraging part, I don't think we need to sell this anymore. People are there. So really, I think it's that second tranche, which is to facilitate and support. How can we best support our profession in terms of moving forward? And I think as we go along with the conversation, one thing we have to keep in mind is that, of course, we have to embark on technology. Otherwise, we risk being irrelevant in this world generally. But we have to balance that against public interest. So hence, we hear Angelo talk about, protecting confidentiality, governance, and all that good stuff. So our technical term is bells and braces that we may have to put on, and that's where we think we would be able to add some value and do that. It may not be obvious, but the whole leadership team is very involved. So Tom, Josephine as well, and Willie, they've all been involved in this particular project. And in every instance, well, Tom was physically present for some of these roundtable, but where he could not make it, we had a video. So our presence seen right from the leadership. There's also a good involvement from people around this table. Well, I'm not shy in terms of calling them out. Looking around the table, we have Greg, who was involved, Hannon, across the table here, and then Sammy also involved. Bill supported it as well, Meryl. And I also want to mention Mikiko. Mikiko did not participate in the conversation, but she observed many of the sessions. So many of you are engaged, and I really encourage that rich discussion that we hopefully will have around here as well. So where we're at, I think I personally would be most interested to see your views about maybe some of the do's and don'ts. What would be useful for us to do as a standard setting board? What might not be helpful? Because I think all that would add to insights that the team can take away. Because their next task really is to try to come back and say, what do we do with this information? And then proposing what we may wish to do. So I strongly encourage everybody to speak up, but very happy to be associated with this project. It is an exciting one.
Yeah, can I say very well said, Nancy? I have nothing to add to that.
All right, I think that's your cue, and I'll switch the slide for you.
Thank you, Angelo. Hi, everyone. Welcome back for the discussions on technology quality management workstream. I will lead you through the first session. Session 1 focus on AI is being used in audit today and what is coming over in the horizon. There are two themes in these sessions. First is about current use and direction of travel. Participants in our one table were enthusiastic in sharing their current uses of AI, which we summarize on this slide and paragraph 17 of the board paper. These are largely assistant-focused tools, for example, helping auditors analyze large data sets to identify risk, perform consistency checks, and prepare workflow documentations related to clients' internal controls. Across these examples, the consistent message was that AI is already enhancing efficiency and supporting audit quality in practical, targeted ways. That said, participants also describe a clear direction of travel. from these standalone assistant-focused tools toward more integrated and increasingly agentic AI. In other words, instead of operating in silo, tools may soon work together in an orchestrated way across the audit workflow, while the pace of evolution varies across firms and regions. Participants felt the trend is real and worth monitoring closely. A second theme, which links directly into session 2, is that all these use cases increase the need for robust testing and validation. Even at the current stage, firms are investing significant efforts to ensure these tools behave as intended. As AI becomes more embedded and more adaptive, participants expect the range of quality management considerations to broaden and the challenge of maintaining confidence in outputs to become more complex. I hope that this brief overview helps set the scene for question 1. With that, we will move to the next slide and open up for discussions. We would like to hear your thoughts. Based on your own experience, do you agree that the use case and direction of travel described in session 1 appropriately reflect current and emerging use of generative AI in audit and assurance engagement? I will now hand over to Tom to lead us through that discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Ida. Christelle?
Thank you, Tom. Let me first thank the team for the high quality work undertaken in developing this analysis. I believe it moves us decisively in the right direction and addresses the key issues firms are facing. And I'm very glad to have the opportunity to discuss this important project with the board. So based on my recent discussion with firms in France, I can confirm that the use cases and the overall direction of travel described in section 1 align very well with what we are seeing in practice, both for current and emerging uses of Gen AI in audit and assurance. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? But basically, not speaking it, I think we have so much evidence here that it's not surprising that we've captured the use case. One of the things I think we will need to do going forward is clearly when you're at a table of 25 people, some of the practitioners obviously aren't going to go into very detailed specifics about the deployment of the use cases because of proprietary information, et cetera. So we may need to go and have bilaterals to see actually in practice how it's operating and get more specificity about use cases, not necessarily to drive specific guidance, but to get that further texture. I think that's the one thing I took from this section. Not that we didn't get the general themes, but we didn't get into much specificity about specific deployments. Anyone else here? Wendy?
Just to concur with that, I mean, one of the real successes was, I think, the GPPC involved in the roundtables, and it's a really sensitive area as to how much you can glean from them because they've got the information versus the competitive nature. So I think it's a fundamental point to go forward.
Wendy?
Yeah, I mean, I was just going to come in to thank the team and to strongly support the direction of travel. As we all know, I've been on this journey almost since day one. It's 5 years later. And I think, we're really picking up the right speed, talking to the right people, and coming to the right conclusions on where we need to go. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Wendy. Okay. So we're through section 1.
We might be done in 15 minutes.
Well, you do such a comprehensive job. It's hard to disagree. It's evidence-based.
All right. Thank you, Ida. Thank you, Tom. Turning to section 2. So section 2 in your paper was the longest section, but that was by design as well. Why? This was a key core session of our roundtables, and it sought to draw out some feedback around what are those challenges that firms and practitioners are facing in applying our standards? but also what are some of those good practices that the firms are starting to implement to tackle those challenges. And it was a very rich conversation across all of the roundtables, which is evidenced by the fact that we had so much to say in the paper. So in the paper, what you have in front of you is this conceptual framework that we propose. Now, this is something simply to organize considerations around quality management relating to Gen AI. It's what we call a layered lens. Now, just to kind of like, just to kind of talk a little bit about what this framework is. There's nothing mystical about it, right? It's all it is a way of organizing the board's thinking around what are the quality management considerations that apply at each layer, because there are distinctive quality management challenges and risks that apply at each layer. So the bottom layer is that foundational layer, where what are the quality management considerations that apply there? Now, as we outlined in the paper, firms are not developing foundational LLMs. They aren't. Not because they can't or they wouldn't be able to, they absolutely would be. The thing is, OpenAI has had a meeting with investors, and they telegraphed the fact that they look to be spending $1.3 trillion developing their tool. Now, you might be thinking, is that a T or a B? $1 trillion. This is as you know, there's a big race going on around the world, and there's a lot of money being spent on these models. Firms are adopting these models and they're onboarding them. And so there's a quality management layer there. Then you've got a middle layer. And this middle layer is where the firms are building their proprietary applications that they use in their engagements. And there's quality considerations there. These are technological resources, both at the foundational layer and at the application layer, that need to be managed. So under IAASB. And then finally, you have that top layer. And these are the quality management considerations that apply at the engagement level. Now, again, all of these layers introduce diverse, distinctive risks that we could speak to potentially if the board endorses a commitment to develop NAM in the future. So the board will get a chance to talk a little bit about the usefulness of this conceptual framework. Because it's just one way of conceptualizing things. It's certainly not the only way. Okay, a central theme of what we heard from participants, and this is all in your paper, so I'm going to go through it very, very quickly, is that we are indeed seeing challenges in operationalizing some of the principles in paragraph A100 of IAASB when applied to emerging tech, but not all emerging tech, it's that emerging tech that has these three characteristics that we keep on referring to: opaqueness, non-determinism, or adaptivity. Specifically, participants felt that the principles in our standards remained fit for purpose, but that potentially guidance could be helpful to explain how they in fact apply when applied to emerging tech. So very quickly, evaluating the appropriateness and completeness of data is significantly more challenging for when you're applying it to that bottom layer, to that foundational model. Why? Because OpenAI is not going to tell us what training data they're using to train their models. So we don't have access to that proprietary data set. So what is the responsibility of a firm when faced with this constraint? Certainly, there are mechanisms for getting around that. We can talk a little bit about that. SOC report, it's not really the conversation for today, but it's a conversation certainly that will be captured as part of NAM, potentially. Another principle in IAASB is that the tool operates as designed and that it achieves its intended purpose. This is what I call the fit for purpose principle. So firms have to evaluate before they deploy a tool that it's fit for purpose. But how is this assessment done for a Gen AI tool that are, as we know, they're neural networks with a dizzying level of complexity? So OpenAI, again, I like to pick on OpenAI. It's not the only model. There's lots of others, but they don't publish their exact parameter count. And the parameters, as you might know, are the weightings between the nodes of the network. But it's estimated to be in the trillions of parameters. So although it still remains important for the firm to do a fit for purpose assessment, what does that look like within the context of onboarding a Gen AI tool? That's something that could be covered by NAM. And a final principle I'll touch on, and certainly the paper gets into other things, but is this idea that we have an ISQM1 that to monitor a tool, you design and implement GITCs, general IT controls. And what is that's worked well within the context of deterministic tools that have a static logic and that don't change unless their logic is changed. But these tools that we have now, they adapt without discrete change events. So without a change management event that would be captured by a GITC. So basically what I'm trying to say here is that although GITCs continue to remain important, we may need other mechanisms to monitor these tools post-deployment. And that's at the firm level, and then at the engagement level, clearly there's challenges there that we heard about in our roundtables, a lack of explainability of the Gen AI tools, the increased propensity of a team to fall into automation bias, where automation bias, as you all know, is this propensity to assume that something that comes out of a sophisticated tool must be good because it's coming out of a tool. Of course, that's not true necessarily. And then finally, what types of expertise are needed by engagement partners to effectively direct, supervise, and review the work of a team, including the specialists on the team that are using Gen AI tools? These are some of the big themes that were emerging on the challenges side. Again, important to emphasize that participants almost universally felt that our existing principles remain fit for purpose, applicable, resilient to a rapidly evolving space, but that potentially we could explain a little bit how they apply to these this new reality that we're all facing. I'm not going to touch on the emerging practices. It's in your papers. I just wanted to kind of give you a flavor on some of the challenges. I encourage you to have a look at the papers as well for some of the practices, but because I want to get us to the questions essentially. And then I say at the bottom here, good practices are starting to emerge, but are still relatively immature, and they're uneven across the firms. Now, that is something that our non-authoritative materials can actually get at and help. But certainly that is not meant to suggest that the firms are not already doing a fantastic job at identifying these challenges, addressing these challenges, and so on and so forth. This is not a reflection on that, but there is uneven practice across the firms, and that certainly came out clearly in our roundtables. Okay, with that, I'll paraphrase some of these. I don't like reading these out. The first one's about the layered lens. Is that a useful framework for you? Number two is about challenges and emerging practices that we described in the paper. Do those resonate with you? Have we missed something? And then finally, are there specific things that you saw in that section that could be drawn out more and potentially as part of a future effort to create NAM that you really, really feel that you want to highlight today? And those are the three questions. And Tom, back to you.
Okay. Great. Hernan.
Thank you, Tom, and thank you to the team for the great work. Regarding the challenges, what we can hear in Latin America is an increasing concern about the need of enhancing supervision mechanism. Even when firms try to work with approved tools, it is difficult to ensure that the junior staff are not using other tools outside those permitted, creating risks that remain out of the radar. That is one big concern. And the other one is because ISQN1 highlights the importance of ensuring that staff have the appropriate competence and capabilities. A further concern was raised while AI allows certain routine, low value add tasks to be performed more efficiently. These tasks used to play an important role in shaping auditors' professional behavior. And some participants expressed concern about the need to find new ways to replace these informal mechanisms of professional development to both concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, Hernan. Christelle?
Thank you. On question 2, I agree. I agree that what is described in paragraph 36 to 40 is a helpful way to think about how quality management responsibilities applied across different Gen AI deployment models. On question 3, the challenges are very consistent with what firms have shared during my outreach in France, particularly around governance, monitoring, and documentation. And on question 4, I think that one term that may deserve further reflection is how firms can test and evaluate adaptive or non-deterministic models, because this tool may produce different outputs for the same input. Traditional testing and documentation approaches become difficult to apply. Firms would likely need new testing strategies, ongoing monitoring, and clearer criteria for determining what constitutes sufficient and appropriate evidence as the models evolve. Thank you.
Adam?
Yes, thank you, Tom. And just comment on question 2, the model, and I understand the 3-layered model, but trying to bring it more into the principles that we're after is because the bottom model is the large language model. Effectively, that's what the firms purchase, or that's what they acquire. And there's an analogy with the smaller firms that may be buying their entire tool or their AI solution that they are going to provide. So there's the linkage with the service provider, the technology that you buy in or otherwise. So let's not lose that principle. Well, for the context of this technology that the roundtables have been about, good way to think of it, but there were questions in the roundtables as well as how do the smaller firms deal with this when they buy tooling by some of the software service vendors, and let's not lose that principle in the context of it. Thank you.
One of the things that I wonder on that point is that the lens that we're proposing obviously may be adaptable over time as we learn more, but there is something about like at what point is an element of that tool, or say, I don't want to be advocating for a particular model, but the underlying tool, it becomes so commonplace that we don't have to constantly evaluate that tool anymore. Like, but it's the layering on top of it, the other things they're trying to sell, or the things that the firms themselves are developing on top of the tool, like what certification process. And I think that's going to be a big topic of like, when do we just sort of say, we talked about this in the context of where we were 25 years ago with Excel, that we just accept that Excel works, right? And I think we're going to have that debate in this discussion. And then your point is, okay, then there's other applications on top of the core tool too. So I hope that's something we continue to evolve, but I also think that we're not stuck in this layered lens as articulated today. It's our sort of working premise too. Nancy, then Neil.
Yeah, thanks, Tom. So on this whole question about the layer lens, I treat it as a way, like basically the word lens. It's just one way for us to look at it. I do not see it as something that's constricting or forcing us to look at issues layer by layer. So from that perspective, I think it might be helpful in terms of deciding how do we provide guidance into chewable chunks. So I use it in that way, and I don't think it would run up against the risk that Ado's talking about. Now, if you look at the various layers, so my thinking is that if you relate it to people in the technology world, they talk about layers as well. They talk about stacks, right? So the first one is actually your infrastructure, which we don't have here. Do we have to consider that? I think we may have to, or trying to understand why we would carve that out, because a lot of it gets back to the GITCs that Angelo mentioned. Reason I said that it may be hard to carve out is because privacy and security is important. And I don't know if you can delineate it enough without considering that infrastructure layer. So it depends on how much guidance we're going to want to provide in that area. It actually cuts across all the layers. But we may have to consider that bottom layer as well, because people talk about infrastructure, the platform, and then you build apps on that. So in our world, we actually don't talk about the infrastructure. The platform we're talking about is the LLM model, and then we build an application layer on it, and then you have the users. So in the world of small SMPs, they may be bundling up that platform along with the application because they just don't have the resources to try to build something on their own. So I think it's a useful way of looking at, like trying to break this thing down into smaller chewable chunks. I think that's one of our challenge, right? Was it yesterday? I think our chair had articulated that we don't want to necessarily come back with a one guide that fits everything. Like it's not doable and it's not going to be helpful and it will take way too long. So the challenge is trying to see what are these chewable chunks? Where would we be able to add most value? And using this layer lens approach may help us do some of that breakdown. So I think it's worth exploring as a way to try to get to where we want.
Neil?
Thank you, Tom, and well done to the team. I think you've put together some good documents here. I think the layered approach I think it's sensible and it's pretty reasonable and accurate in terms of how we're certainly thinking about things. So I think that's a good representation to follow. On question 3, I agree that this is, those you've captured what we need there. In terms of challenges, I think the one thing that I'd want to make sure we try and get right is the balance between what gets done in a large firm at a group level, at a centralized level, what then gets pushed down to a member firm in a country, and then what you then push down in terms of what the responsibilities are of the engagement team. Some of these models would be difficult for an engagement team member or partner to explain how it actually works. And so being able to rely on the output and trusting the output without having, that in-depth knowledge of the mechanics of the actual tool itself. So getting that balance right, what can be done centrally and what gets pushed into the engagement team or a member firm in between. And then Ada, I think you raised the point around this vendor analysis. And the vendor analysis is going to probably impact everyone to some degree. And what that level of responsibility looks like, I think is a key consideration and challenge that we would need to try and understand. So you've just bought the platform, or you've bought the entire end-to-end solution, and what your responsibilities are, I think would be a good place for us to spend some time understanding.
Robert?
Thanks. With respect to challenges, which is question number 3, we came during my outreach on an interesting discussion, and I wonder whether you had the similar discussions during your outreaches. It's about the reluctance among practitioners to use tools for certain reasons, even if we believe, or they believe, that these tools are working perfectly and throw up all anomalies and all questions. Seems to be quite some reluctance using them, Why? Because sometimes the questions popping up by the tool or the issues, they are not relevant for the audit, yeah, from an auditor's or practitioner's perspective. But once they are on the table, you cannot ignore them. Yeah, you have to deal with them. So they call them in the discussion the so-called false positives. And in this discussion, which came up, they said, well, there might be engagement teams or firms that are nervous about using these kind of tools, although they believe they are almost perfect. But at the end, it's rather inefficient because you have to go after everything, and sometimes even less effective. So I think we somehow have to deal with this challenge, and how can we help teams to overcome these fears and encourage them to use these kind of tools. So this was one issue which we discussed with respect to challenges, question 3. Question 4, it appears that guidance and clarity about expectations would be very helpful in that respect. And again, from my outreach discussions, which we had the other day, or the other week, it seems to me that there's a danger of firms doing too much or fearing that they have to do more on quality management than they really do. And this could lead to firms avoiding or delaying using innovative and quality enhancing tools that exist or that are currently being developed. And I think this is especially the case with small and medium-sized practices. Thank you very much.
Wendy?
Definitely some interesting feedback. And I think for me, the most important thing is to stay agile and continue to adapt in all of these areas. And so that includes Exhibit 1 and the 3-layered approach. I had received some questions about what does foundational mean at the foundational level, based really on the example only being LLM provided via cloud platform. Is that internally developed or externally developed? And so just a general, let's not create new terms. But from a broad lens perspective, fine. But just to Tom's comment earlier, and I think some others, just evolve it as things change. It's good now, maybe, as we move forward, it won't be. To something that Robert said, and I was at a conference in October with a lot of small firms, and I felt that, change is hard, and they really were not interested in investing their time for change when they think the quality of their audits, or they're doing very discrete audits, because remember, these are smaller firms, perhaps just addressing one industry. And they're kind of in this space that, they'll let everybody else go first. They don't think there's any issues with their audits. And they're not really concerned about falling behind at this point. So it's a little bit to what Robert brought out, but it doesn't really impact what we're doing, in my opinion. It's just to make sure that we continue to hear those voices when they're more ready to make change, and the governance that needs to be put in around it. Thank you.
Makiko?
Thank you, Tom. Thank you so much for the team. Yes, as Nancy said, I joined the 4 roundtables online. Thank you so much for, thank you so much for the team and my colleagues here who facilitated and arranged and allow me to join that. And this shows how I'm excited on this project. Yes, and the round table was really good there because of course it was really well structured, and also the people's willingness to contribute to our project. So that was very good. Yeah. Yes, and then yes, in terms of question 3, I'd like to make a comment on the importance of governance on the data we input into AI systems. So I think in the paper, in principle 1, so you say in paragraph 43 around, I think we already have the data input issue both for fundamental models such as GTP or ChatGPT, and also on the farm developed applications. But we also need to keep an eye on how we should govern the actual data entered at the engagement level, I believe, because I think the data bias issue and how it's systemic risk is already significant, was raised during the roundtable. I think it was in Asia and I think in Middle East. Yeah, but I want to emphasize that AI systems are highly sensitive to the data they receive. I think you already recognize. Yeah, so maybe even after a farm development application, the data input at the engagement level and the control over both the data and the people entering it can create systemic risk for the audit to that entity as a whole. Yeah, so if this point is already raised in the paper, sorry, let me know. But otherwise, I encourage us to consider whether some forms of guidance or something to think about this engagement level input of data. And in my view, I think compared to the issue tied to the OpenAI or I don't know, Google's data input challenge, which you raised, that Angelo raised, I think it's more kind of say relevant to our standard, and maybe the stakeholders' expectation to this area would be great. Yeah, so yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Shreya?
Thank you, Tom. First, I would like to, it's a very, very good paper and it's very impressive, and thank teams for their great work. By reading session 2 and linking back to my conversations with practitioners in my region, there are a couple of points which may go beyond the, say, the 32 or application materials in ISQM 1, which are closely related to technology quality management. One is the firm leadership and governance, because it's felt that for firms to really make good quality management of technologies, it should start with the firm leadership mindset and adjust the culture and put in the right, resources and protocol and people to make it right. So I think that might be something which will come up later in our discussion. And second one is where our people commonly share their concern is about the human resources. It's about the, say, you got the right human resources who develop those technological tools for the firm, and the human resources who can properly use the tools, especially in the circumstances of generative AI. Many people share their views that it is very important you use the tool properly, because if you use it in different way, to give you different outputs. And how do we have the proper people? And maybe it's linkage to not only training, but your recruitment and many things attached to that. It's also part of the quality management. And some practitioners in my region raised their questions on monitoring and the remediation element of quality management. They say they are wondering what and to what extent they, as a firm, they should do in terms of monitoring those quality controls surrounding technology tools, and how to evaluate their effectiveness, and then take appropriate remediation actions. So that's something I would like to share. Thank you.
Amara?
Thanks, Tom. First, I would like to also praise the staff for the quality of the paper. I felt really very impressed with your ability to congregate this amount of information in the papers for us to read. And it's actually almost impossible to disagree with everything that is in here. And I don't disagree with anything. I just would like to reinforce two things. So I attended a number of roundtables, and it was a lot of effort that you put to organize some of them, particularly the ones I attended by video conference. And my take, just to share Hernan's initial comments on Latin America, at least, where I'm concentrated, and the discussions I had in Brazil in particular. I clearly see two groups in the room. The larger firms, they are much more concerned. Well, all of them, they have their own tools, generally proprietary. Even if they have some third part, they have the power to really assess the quality of the service provider. They are in the camp of the user, the staff is the staff really ready to use this tool appropriately? So the adage of garbage in, garbage out still exists. So they are much in this camp, while the smaller firms, they are in the other camp. They are still in the first stage of from who should be providing the services. And I think you captured here. And I don't know if at the end of the day, it will be necessary to reinforce some aspects that are characteristically within these two separate words, but somewhat connected in some way. But apart from that, I think you captured every single aspect that is important for our discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Nancy, is that a straight 10? Or you want to come back in? Okay, Nancy.
Thank you. So it was just something that I think was the comments that you made at the end about vendors and the comment about when is it good enough. So I think we're now talking about accreditation. And I just want to emphasize that that's not the standard setting board's role. It's not within our remit to do that. Because indeed, in some of the roundtables, the smaller practices, they're looking to sort of say, just tell us which tools are okay to use. So now you're getting into the realm of, these things are okay by somebody, and what is that? That's accreditation. So I don't think the field has quite moved to that aspect just yet. And on top of that, now you're talking about layering on some audit kind of applications, right? So there isn't, that's not in the marketplace just yet. So while AI will continue to evolve, that might come. I don't think that's more immediate, and I would submit that we can't really deal with it that way. The way we have to look at employing vendors might be trying to see if we can provide some guidance based on current practices to say what are some of the elements that are important to consider as you start to look at some of these tools and whether you're able to bring them into your audit shop. So if we can provide at least some of that guidance, it's a bit different from different roundtables I hear. In some roundtables, what I think I heard is that the SMPs, the smaller practices, actually want in. They just don't know how they're edging to get in. But how do we get started? What's acceptable? And thinking and seeing whether we can provide some guidance that way. I think there's some aspects that we can do, but I don't see it being our role to actually set this tool is okay, but this tool is not.
So I don't disagree with you on the general point that we're not the accreditation authority or set the rules. But I do think audit practices at some point will face, like at what point is this tool so commonly used that they don't have to go through the exercise of verification. It just accepted, just like they don't have to go to the underlying code of Excel anymore. And I think people are I'm not sure that we'll be in this space or not, but if we're going to catalog the many list of issues that we have to deal with, I think this is actually one that people raise oftentimes for us. Like, when do we not have to question the basic underlying model of Copilot or ChatGPT or DeepSeek? It's certainly something we have heard in the marketplace, and I think people are struggling with that question, and I think different regulators have different attitudes on that issue. And this is my concern about fragmentation and work effort that we'll have to confront. Like, maybe we're in the space we're not. I don't think we should be choosing preferred vendors out there in the marketplace. But there is some principle here that we got to a point that we took Excel as a given, and we're going to get to that point with the underlying code of some of these and the process of updating, et cetera. And like, what is the criteria for being okay with that? Sort of like the criteria for accepting reporting frameworks. So that's sort of the nuance I wanted to give on top of it, because I think I agree with you, but Sammy?
Thank you, Tom. And again, thank you for the team for this very good piece of work. And just like it had been mentioned, I think this is a very important project for us. And it's one of the projects that can help us closer to our stakeholders, because we're not necessarily giving new rules or standards or regulations, but here we are trying to get closer and give more practical solutions. My question is with regard to the challenges. You know, when we look at the challenges and we say that the issue is that AI is sometimes non-deterministic, sometimes it's adaptive, it's opaque. Sometimes I feel we're speaking of a human. I mean, humans are non-deterministic, they are opaque, they are adaptive. And how can you judge a human to be appropriate or not? I mean, some years they can be appropriate, some years they're not. Sometimes they do the right thing, sometimes they're not. So the question is that, are these kind of challenges, do we imagine that they are resolvable? Can we resolve them? And I'm not saying, well, we should stop if we believe no, but we should get closer. But it's just something that wanders in my mind, like, is it possible to arrive at a solution for these types of a problem? Thank you.
You know, I saw your 10 card was up. Do you like to come in?
Well, maybe briefly. No, I agree with you. Well, I think we're definitely not in the certification business, but as and when firms consider the use of technology that they're getting from a third party, we should, I think we could give them factors or considerations to bring into this. So it's not entirely off the table in respect of guidance.
Josephine?
Thank you. Just generally, I agree with others. A fantastic paper. Agree with everything. Really had very little to add. But just on this very point, we had this same conversation when we were developing ISQM1, because we talked exactly to Tom's point about current audit software, Excel, Microsoft Word. Where does that fit in here? How much work does the firm have to do to establish whether that's appropriate for use and so forth? And to Ado's point, then where we landed was we just put some factors in to think about when you're using a commercial IT application. And, you know, how do you feel comfortable as a firm using that application? It wasn't certainly anything to do with us accrediting anything, but that's there. So it's, you know, again, back to the point is, you know, build on what we already have. But this idea of using commercial technology has always been around. And so we very much addressed it previously. But I would agree there's probably more to think about. There's probably more we can do to support firms in that regard. But yes, thank you, Angelo. He's nodding.
One thing I do want to highlight that the paper makes a really good point about that we've heard is the role of networks. And as you know, our standard QM1 isn't focused on networks. It's at the firm level. but regulators in particular raise this in our roundtables, and like how much can they rely upon if the network's the acquirer or developer of the tool, then when they're inspecting at a national level and we're applying it at the QM level, like what's the level of documentation and resources that they can rely upon? It's in the paper. I just wanted to highlight it as a theme that clearly we should have on our radar screen going forward. So I think this was a really good session. I think we got some great texture here, but very much support for the paper's approach.
Yeah, thank you, Tom. I wonderful suggestions from everybody in terms of things to focus on and to keep an eye out on. So we'll definitely integrate that into our thinking in terms as we bring back an action plan in March. But without further ado, I think Kevin, it's to you on section 3.
Yep. Great, thank you. So as we moved into section 3 of the roundtables, if you go to the next slide. Stakeholder expectations, the conversation shifted a bit from the prior sessions. In section 3, we tried to bring the non-practitioner stakeholders to the forefront, investors, regulators, those charged with governance, and so on. We acknowledge that a number of these participants may not be deeply familiar with our standards, and we felt that was a benefit for the questions that we were asking them. Gave us a chance to hear their unfiltered and unbiased views on what they expect from firms when it comes to managing and using AI tools in practice. So on the screen, you'll see we've called out a number of the key expectations that emerged repeatedly across the roundtables. And just to touch on a few of these, and a number of them have begun coming up in that last discussion we just had. So first, clear governance and accountabilities. Stakeholders emphasized that the importance of clarity. There should be no uncertainty about who is responsible for approving, overseeing, and using these tools. And they noted that it was more than just assigning a name to a role, but really being focused on ensuring the individuals in these roles have the right level of technical expertise, whether they're involved in the development or the use of that tool. The second was transparency. And this was, I'd say, one of the more debated topics that came up across the roundtables, and there were some diverse views across the stakeholder groups. So first, from an investor perspective, some felt that transparency, for example, I'll say audit report or those charged with governance, would be valuable. Others disagreed with that premise, noting that firms weren't required to disclose similar information when adopting other technologies or shifting significant work to service centers. So why would this be any different? One stakeholder put it plainly that said using these tools is a risk that the firm must be willing to take, but it does not change the product, which remains the audit report. A more nuanced view from another person came up was that transparency and the expectation shifts and becomes critical if and when accountability shifts from human judgment to a system. And there's varying views of what that exactly means. I don't think it's black and white. It's gray. It's on a spectrum. But that, in their view, would represent a fundamental change to external stakeholders that would need to be understood. Next, from a regulatory perspective, and this will echo, Tom, what you were just speaking to, but first, there must be adequate transparency between the network and the individual firm when using network-developed tools. Some shared that, from the regulatory perspective, they had difficulty assessing what was done in some tool deployment at the local level when they were developed centrally, and they felt that this should not be the case. Second, they voiced that reviewers on engagement teams, as well as inspectors, both internally and external to the firm, should be able to clearly see what tools were used and how they were applied in the audit. The last one I'll touch on is global consistency and proportionality. There was strong concern about the risk of regulatory fragmentation that came up repeatedly in these sessions, and the message was clear that inconsistent requirements and viewpoints across jurisdictions could undermine audit quality. Because many of these tools are developed globally, there's a strong case for harmonized expectations in this space. Of all the others that did come up throughout the sessions, I think it's just worth highlighting the data privacy and security was raised in every single session. It was clear that stakeholders continue to see that as a top priority for firms experimenting and adopting large language models, but I think the focus on that is only heightened in this space. So with that, Angela, if we flip to the next slide, we'll move to the questions, which are first, do you feel the stakeholder expectations we've summarized in section 3 are appropriately characterized? And second, are there any additional expectations or perspectives that should be taken into account as we consider potential next steps in section 4? I think we could take both together, Tom.
Yeah, great. Thank you. Any comments on stakeholder regulatory expectations? Akiko?
Thank you, Tom. Yes, on question, I think 5, sorry. Yes, thank you so much for summarizing all the comments from stakeholders. It was very interesting. And I think when we think about AI governance, which was raised by a lot of stakeholders, it's really highly related to of course, the reliability. But I think maybe we need to organize some wordings around reliability, maybe reliability, explainability, etc., etc. So in my view, reliability is a center and objective of maybe AI governance. And maybe each other things you mentioned in the paper, like privacy, security, explainability, accountability, fairness, bias, etc. Those may be a kind of a theme. So assertions, if this word is correct, to how to say to yes, so assertions kind of thing. So I think we need to think about how audit firms should address each theme, so assertion. So instead of treating AI reliability as a process, so if not, maybe reliability is really a really big word. So what they need to do, we need to be more concrete. Yes, and also it's very important in our context is that the AI used in audit is which theme or assertion is more relevant relative to other AIs used by other industries, etc. So that is very important. I think in doing so, it's important to place the audit within the wider international AI governance landscape and collaborate with them, AI governance experts and framework developers, and what is relevant for in the audit context, collaborating with them. So, and then at the end of the day, if we create something, output or guidance, etc., this framework is well positioned in the globally accepted AI governance framework and also by experts, and then that is really a relief for audit firms and stakeholders. Thank you.
Apologies to any observers that the camera froze on Makiko, so we'll check that out during the break. Greg.
Thanks, Tom, and just want to echo the comments to the team. Great work. One thing that's not on your box, your 6 boxes there was just, and I picked this up mainly in the New Zealand Roundtable, expectations around quality and efficiency of audits. And it might have just been one particular person in one particular roundtable, but I suspect it's a more general theme that stakeholders increasingly expect, I think, auditors through using fancy technologies to be able to do the work more effectively and quicker. So there's better evidence, there's, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And I think it's really important we acknowledge that expectation, because actually I think what comes with that is a massive communications challenge / opportunity for the profession, but we probably have to think about what our role is in that space, because there's a real risk that the expectation gap will get bigger, not smaller. And actually, we need to perhaps step up here as a board and see what we need to do. So it's maybe in the next section you're going to come to after morning tea. But I think both effectiveness or quality and efficiency. And I think most of the tools are designed to actually make the audits better. So in other words, enhance quality. But I think stakeholders are expecting probably that, but they're probably expecting more efficient audits as a result of this. So I think there's a real challenge because I'm not sure that the technologies are going to result in both of those things happening. Thanks.
Wendy?
Thanks, Tom. As it relates to these questions, I think it was well summarized, captured the broad challenges that are being identified and how we are going to react to them. Greg's comment on the additional stakeholder expectations are fair, but kind of not new news. You know, there's a couple of things that over time in the profession, when we get better, faster, smarter, the stakeholders think, oh, is that negative to quality or positive to quality? So we just need to address that potential headwind appropriately, and I think we are. I don't think we're going to solve all the problems of the world through this project. I am happy that we are solving the problems that we set out to solve. And so some of the observations I have is the regulatory fragmentation. We have that in a lot of areas. So in this particular project, I think we stay focused on the goals at hand and also consider what tools are out there, not what tools, what literature is already out there. FRC comes to mind actually, but I've seen others that might help us bring the world together, so to speak. I was interested in, Tom, your comment about networks. I think ISQM1 does its job. It is directed towards the firm and the firm responsibilities, which don't change necessarily if they're relying on a network. Great. So then, you know, demonstrate how the network gives you the tools that make you comfortable and you can use. But I was unclear on that reference to networks because I think ISQM1 is 100% appropriate in this area. There was a reference, I didn't write down the paragraph, about that we kind of referenced, that we talked about yesterday, about topical, non-authoritative materials in this area. And I think that's an excellent idea. And I think that will, you know, in the concept of need for speed, some of those, you know, quick wins, we call them, I think would be very helpful. And it doesn't necessarily have to be something formally written. It can continue to be in the stuff that we do on LinkedIn to get the message out there. And we can then commit it to writing. And I think that's all I'm going to say at this point. Thank you.
I guess you asked me a question. I wasn't saying that what we should do or whether ISQM1's deficient or not. What we've heard a lot was we want to we need to at least consider the role of networks in relation to the development and deployment of technology tools, and that regulators themselves are having a hard time addressing this when firms say to them at the firm level that they're relying upon the network in terms of the deployment or the development of the tool. They'd see not sufficient evidence to make a judgment. Am I getting that right? It's for us to determine whether ISQM1 is right, which I'm not suggesting that it isn't, but we have to respond to the fact that regulators believe this is the case, and it may be the cause for fragmentation going forward as well. That doesn't mean we need to change QM1. We refer to networks and we can potentially it's guidance or something else. We're not to the so what for us yet. But we have to acknowledge that that's been a key point throughout. That's all I was saying. Neil?
Thanks, Tom. In terms of question 5, I think it's well summarized. And I think to just check in on a couple of other comments that was made, Greg, you spoke about quality and efficiency. I definitely feel that quality is a key driver in this space. Sometimes efficiency comes out of that as well. Robert clearly identified a case where the quality had increased, but the efficiency might have gone down because of the false positives that have been identified by the tool. Hopefully some of that gets refined through experiences and testing. And if you can get it out of the tool during testing early on, that might help. You also might find that quality efficiency is maybe faster and cheaper. I think there's a big investment in technology. And so if there's an expectation around pricing, I think we need to go and understand as a community around the investments being made from a technology point of view. Sammy spoke about how humans are also sort of somewhat unpredictable in how they behave. And I think there's an expectation that the technology is going to behave perfectly every time. And that isn't the case necessarily today with human-led teams. And so I definitely see an expectation gap that suddenly this AI will be the magic solution to perfection, when actually we need to be able to have an understanding that we may need to tolerate something less than perfection. And that's why it's important to have this human in the loop. I've definitely had some experimentation lately with AI agents and the auditing standards, trying to get an agent to write interpretations. And sometimes it's terrific. And sometimes it says this requirement says you must get sufficient appropriate audit evidence. It's not wrong, but it's not helpful. And so understanding that this isn't going to be perfection, I think would be a key expectation. But the last one's on this member firm network type scenario. And it only occurs to me now that maybe the network firm is just buying technology from a vendor that happens to be the global firm. So there could be some understanding around that vendor analysis that we spoke about earlier that could inform our thinking as to how it could play out at a member or network level.
Okay, good. Did you want to come back in?
Yes, thank you. One quick comment about the expectation gap that Greg said, and also the Neil's point, effectiveness and quality. That is really important point, I believe, because when I interact with investors on this point, on this AI and audit thing, most investors think, oh, okay, so this should be more efficient, so the fee will be maybe cheaper, reduced, kind of thing. But the reality is not. The audit firms need to invest more. So maybe this may not be directly relevant to what we are doing, but I think it's very important to recognize this environment. Yeah, and also if investors has that kind of expectation, and then audit firm go to the preparer, and preparer was say that the fee is increased, but they are not convinced because investors are thinking it's not like that. So this really a whole ecosystem is that what I'm feeling. So I think investors, I think 5 investors were joined in the roundtable, but yeah, I think this is really the broader, how to say, expectation of users. So yeah, we just need to recognize now. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, Angela, I'll turn it back to you.
Just really quick, the expectations gap issue, I think is good that it's coming up, because I think we have to really be careful as a board not to suggest that these technologies are going to give you perfect assurance or absolute assurance. We are hearing in the news, you all been hearing about it, frauds are getting a lot more sophisticated now with technology, cybersecurity issues, all of that stuff. Auditors will have, this technology is in some ways allowing auditors to keep pace rather than necessarily get ahead of the curve. The whole issue on costs has come up at every roundtable. I didn't want to bring it up. I think I'm not sure if it's within the remit of this board to talk about how to price an audit. I don't think it is, but it's something I agree with Neil. There's a huge upfront investment here. The firms have to recover that. That's the bottom line. And also to the point I'm making here is that audits will become more complicated and not less complicated. And it doesn't mean that you're going to be able to complete an audit in record-breaking time to justify. But I should stop there because again, I agree with you, Tom. It's not within the remit of this board, I think.
It would be a fascinating discussion about the economics of AI investment and what it does to audit pricing, but thankfully, that's not the role of this board in this context. So I think we've got a really good feedback here. What we've done effectively is gotten a really strong list of topics now to consider for the question 4, which is the so what. What I suggest is that you set up question 4 and everyone could have a cup of coffee or tea or whatever beverage you like and think about it over the break, and we'll have a good discussion after the break on what we should do as a board. So, Angela?
I can do that. But no, I can absolutely do that. Let's do that. Let's set it up. And no. I was looking forward to that coffee, but let's absolutely do that.
It'll make it even sweeter because you will have done your setup already.
Nice. Absolutely. I agree with that. Can't disagree with that. All right. Section 4. This is really the substance of today's meeting. What's next for the board? So across every round, some of this is going to be repetitive because it is kind of synthesizing what we've heard across the 3 sessions to set up a good discussion around what's next. So bear with me for a little. I will not repeat too much. Regardless of region, size, stakeholder group, we heard a consistent message. The IAASB has a critical role to play at this moment. Stakeholders emphasize that the principles-based framework of ISKIM 1 and ISO 220 remain fully fit for purpose, but that additional clarity about how existing standards and principles apply in practice is needed at the moment. Now, we've heard a lot about regulatory fragmentation, and I don't want to pile on, but maybe it's important to kind of one participant at one of the roundtables in Brussels, in fact, said a lack of clarity in this area could really, really exacerbate this regulatory fragmentation. And in fact, what they call it is that a shadow set of standards. So you're all familiar with this Freudian Rorschach test where you look at an input and you see what you want to see. A lack of clarity can lead to that and create inconsistent expectations around the world. And why is that bad? It's because it creates uncertainty in the system and may contribute to inhibitions around using technology, which is, I don't think, what the board wants. So this global reference point, having some NAM around this global reference point that supports confident, responsible innovation while maintaining quality is in the public interest, I believe. The board will certainly weigh in. Stakeholders were nearly unanimous, and I say nearly because we did hear a couple here and there to say, don't lose sight that you may possibly need to do targeted revisions in the future. I have to bring this up for completeness sake, but it's certainly not the key. I don't think that the board, this is certainly a standard setting board, and that it's not the current direction that we're going in. If there's a groundswell sometime in the future that we think that something targeted, then the board will confront that there. So I don't want that to focus in on that right now, but I need to, for completeness sake, it wasn't unanimous support for non-authoritative materials, but it was certainly the prominent guidance feedback that we got. And the idea here is that this mechanism could be developed and refreshed much more quickly than a standard, something that you guys talked about yesterday as part of the AERR sessions. NAM where we were talking about the appendix and what are some of the advantages of NAM. For this particular project, and I think that the idea here is that the space is moving so quickly. And Ado brought up a couple of things that, and I think also Wendy brought up the fact that our conceptualization of how some of these things operate might change, and very, very quickly. So the idea that we're hearing is that you can develop your NAM, you can refresh it, and this is key. We may need to refresh it much more quickly than a standard. Another thing is that it's a good mechanism for providing practical, proportionate support, especially for SMPs that may lack the infrastructure of the larger firms. It has more flexibility for tackling various topics. We'll talk a little bit about what that looks like, but the various topics, we can even structure it according to the various layers. What is that onboarding of the point was made, and I'll get off script for 1 second. It used to be for the more deterministic tools that predominantly what happens is the larger firms develop them and the other firms acquire them. Now that dynamic is changing now. All of the firms have to acquire the underlying tool. And when I say acquire, I mean enter into a service agreement with Azure and under an enterprise agreement in a cloud where they can access this LLM that's developed by a third party. Well, what is that quality management responsibility in terms of onboarding this tool? So NAM can offer us the ability to kind of tackle these discrete topics and very, very well, and to Wendy's point, have some quick wins. And finally, NAM can be developed in coordination with IAASB. Another massive theme that we heard throughout the roundtables is that don't lose sight that a lot of the ethical implications of using these tools are intertwined with your quality management principles in a very profound way. And that maybe we need to be speaking about both dimensions together. And so we'll figure out exactly what that collaboration model looks like with IAASB, and interested to hear what the board has to say about that. But this was a major theme that came out throughout our roundtables. So Tom, this is where I'm thinking that I'll set up the questions and then we can take that break. Here, the two questions here are, do you agree based on what you heard in sections 1 and 3, that NAM is in fact the best way to approach it? If not, why not? What are your alternatives? And then if that's the case and we all endorse NAM, or you endorse NAM, then how do we move this project forward? What we propose is that we bring an action plan to you in March with some discrete elements to it, the scope, the deliverables, what, how, and we bring that to you in March. Is that something that you think is a reasonable way to do it? And if not, what's your alternative? And these are the two questions, Tom.
Okay, great. So now you've earned your break. We'll break to 10:45 and then we'll reconvene then. Oh, Ada, did you want to frame something else for us to think about over our coffee break? What?
Just looking at the schedule before dinner.
Oh, okay. I was suggesting that your AI agent could have whispered it into your ear. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. What? Okay. We'll reconvene at 10:45. Okay, can we get seated again, please? Okay, welcome back, everyone. We're gonna now turn to section 4. There's questions 7 and 8 on the screen. We could all read, and so I suggest that I invite comments on questions 7 and 8.
Thank you, Tom. So question, okay. Based on the insights from section 1 to 3, I agree that developing NAM is the right way forward. The principles in the standards remain fit for purpose, but firms clearly need timely, practical support to apply them to emerging technologies. It will be the most effective way to provide this guidance quickly and consistently. On question 8, I support the development of an action plan for NAM, and I would emphasize the importance of keeping the process simple and streamlined so that we can finalize the guidance in a timely manner. I also think it is important that it covers all aspects of ISQM1, not only technological resources. The implications of emerging technologies touch governance, leadership, risk assessment, human resources, monitoring, and from my perspective as an academic, the learning component as well. An holistic approach with practical examples from audit firms, but also from other professions, such as lawyers, would make the guidance more complete and aligned with what is happening across different professional environments. And finally, I would encourage continued coordination with IAASB, particularly on confidentiality, data governance, and the broader ethical dimensions. Thank you.
Thank you. Ada?
Thank you, Tom. And I will fully echo what Christelle just mentioned. I agree wholeheartedly with it. I just have a couple of things to add to it. So there's I think this is also an opportunity to work together with other joint jurisdictional standard setters or practitioner bodies where we leverage knowledge and resources for this topic. And we had a discussion yesterday of Willy called it a wireframe. The guidance that we issue as a result of this, the NAM, needs to be in a structure that will be understandable to the users and needs to fit within a structure that also deals with audit evidence risk response, the 500 series, etc. Because technology is not, as Christelle has said, it's not just directed at a single point. It is much broader than that. Thank you.
You raised jurisdictional standard setters. I think one of the things that's been out in the marketplace recently, particularly this week while the AICPA SEC conference is on, is the desire expressed by the SEC chair and chief accountant for more engagement between us and U.S. standard setters, and specifically the PCAOB. I do think this is an area that is really ripe for cooperation, coordination. You're talking about a jurisdiction where these resources are being widely deployed and developed. You know, a discussion about QM1 being the baseline in the United States too. Like, I could see us doing things jointly here, and I see nods around the table. It seems like, and I'd welcome comment on it. This would be an area to explore with them, is like, without slowing the process down, would this be an area, particularly as we develop different topic specifics, that we can engage PCAOB, ASB, others on in this topic? And I think it's really important for us as a board to be able to signal a willingness to work with these bodies just as we would with other jurisdictional standard setters. So would invite comment on that. Neil?
Thank you, Tom. So support the non-authoritative guidance. Definitely think that that's the right way to go. The speed and agility it gives us, I think, is great. But what I would then caution is that I do think we need to have a look at some sort of modified type due process around engagement, like you're just speaking about with other standard setters, engaging with the profession, engaging with the regulators. I would hate for this new, emerging, evolving, fast developing to be sort of built back at home without that close consultation. It doesn't need to be exposure, doesn't have to be that full standard setting process, but we've got to find a middle ground here so that we get real input while we're building it.
So Neil, would that include, we talked about potentially getting a more external, technically expert group on this topic, that you would run this, you'd sort of could benefit through that, engage with the board, things come to the board level, so it has a little bit more depth. I don't know if this would be channel 5 under our things, but I think we would probably want some expertise externally on this group, set it up as like almost a standing reference group, and have some process through that where things are used.
Yeah, I think that's great. So I think that's getting some external input into it, getting some board involvement, and then I'd also incorporate that stakeholder engagement with profession, regulators, and other keys like the standard setters you spoke about.
And if you note, just to connect the dots a little bit on this, I raised it with the PIOB, and the PIOB also noted something like this, that they're monitoring in their public interest issues about sort of this additional level of consultation that is somewhat different than our existing due process for EDs but is more agile. So I just wanted to make sure that all these things are running consistently here. Wendy?
Thanks, Tom. I want to throw strong support, which I already have, behind 7 and 8. I think that it's obviously the path forward, but also the things that came up just now with engaging, as Tom said, with the PCAOB, strongly support that. And I think what Neil was getting at is speed is important, and also not having fragmentation in the ecosystem, and getting what, Tom, you mentioned, an expert advisory panel in place, which would be our eyes and ears, kind of to make sure that we're all traveling in the same direction, and we're not putting out something that we decided we needed to do speedily, but then another jurisdiction is doing something different. So, I strongly support what everybody has said thus far.
Yeah, I think there's a difference too, though. We actually have a network of jurisdictional standard setters always set up. Part of me was thinking of people in practice, not just in the profession itself, but technologists and maybe other stakeholders who would review it in addition, right, simultaneously. Hernan?
Thank you, Tom. Well, regarding the overall direction, I agree with the staff analysis of producing NAM. First, technology affects much more than the paragraph 32 small f in the ISQM1. As the paper explains, it has implications across many other parts of the firm's quality management system, such as governance, risk assessment, training, and monitoring. So the impact is much broader than one single requirement. Second, I believe that developing new NAM will help avoid regulatory fragmentation. At that point, I think that could be beneficial for us to work closely to regulators that at the end of the day could use this material in a common reference point, which would support more consistent and aligned expectations around the world. And in regard with the IAASB relationship, I think it is very important to coordinate with IAASB because during the roundtables, ethical question around confidentiality, bias, responsible use, and professional behavior came up many times during those opportunities, and working together will help ensure that both boards provide clear and consistent message on these topics. And regarding the plan of the team, I think that for the different NAM that we are going to produce, maybe the team could suggest us the appropriate partner or the appropriate body that we can add during this process to amplify the work. Thank you.
Thank you. Josephine?
Thank you. So I just wanted to lend my support, of course, for 7 and 8 wholeheartedly and completely echo Chriselle. Thank you for that, Chriselle. I also wanted to support the comments on interaction with other standard setters and engaging with the PCAOB in this area. I think many of us have had separate conversations with Christina Ho on technology, and her and her team have raised very similar matters to us, issues and also potential solutions. So they're also ahead. She, in her own words, said not maybe as ahead as you are, but certainly that's a great start in terms of engaging with them. So I would definitely support that. Thank you.
Akiko?
Thank you, Tom. Yes, I also echo what people are discussing now. I really like to highlight the collaboration and the importance of collaboration with other organizations and also AR experts. Yes, and I also support the idea to collaborate with PCOV that Tom said, and also IAASB that Helman said. Yes, and in terms of IAASB, I think AI ethics, this is a one big area, and it's very important. And what we need to think about is maybe ethics is the AI ethics is something we need to embed into the machine. So it is maybe we need. It's really related to ISQ1 issue as well, but also maybe ethics. So yeah, I think the collaboration is needed on this area. Yes, and in addition to that, I think the collaboration with framework developers of AI governance, that is really important when we think about NAM. Yes, and also in terms of regulators, maybe these AI governance framework developers, they are involved in regulators from technology perspectives, who may not be different from regulators we've been interacted in the past in the financial field. So those, how to say, maybe regulator may be broader. So that is the important thing to think about, I think. Yes, and also another comment on the AI governance framework is thank you so much for highlighting the important framework in the past board papers. You mentioned OECD, NIST, but I want to I have one recommendation, because in terms of OECD, I think OECD recommendation on AI is very good, but very high level. It's very country level one. But they also created a kind of the framework called HYPE, HAIP, called Hiroshima AI Process. It's called Hiroshima because when the government leaders gathered in Hiroshima, but it's not very national standard, but it's very global standard used by major AI developers as well. And this guidance is more concrete, I believe, in terms of compared to the overall AI recommendation by OECD, and it's more relevant to our quality management. So I really recommend that. And also in terms of NIST, the TEVV, I think Angelo already mentioned in the roundtable, so the team should recognize that. But this framework led by NIST for ensuring the AI reliability is also very important. So I think we have some AI governance frameworks, maybe higher level to the more technical level. So we refer to those, some of them, and also collaborate with those framework developers. That is very important. Thank you.
Robert?
With respect to question 7 and 8, I fully concur with what has been said by my fellow board members. In addition, I would suggest that once we do this non-authoritative material, it also should, as a topic or a theme, encourage the use of quality enhancing tools, number one. Number two, we shouldn't lose sight about the issue of scalability and proportionality in order to enable SMPs to accelerate the use of the tools. This should also be covered in the NAMs. And then somebody mentioned speed. I think Wendy did. Speed is of the essence to bring something out, to have an output very shortly. But I think we also need to be aware that we have to be agile, in a sense, adaptive to changes in the environment, and we shouldn't lose sight of this. Thank you.
Shaya?
Thank you, Tom. Strong support for NAM. And just one point to add on is that our NAM, in my view, will not only cover the emerging technologies such as generative AI, but also the traditional technologies. And that is for the benefits of SMPs who typically don't have a very mature quality management system in terms of technology. Thank you.
Greg?
Thanks, Tom. I agree with all the ideas on the table. Just another lens to think about is the ongoing. So we want to get some NAM up, but then what about the maintenance of it, etc.? How long would it? When would we refresh it going forward? And also the information gathering activities. I'm presuming they would continue because this is such a fast-moving area. So it's, let's get some stuff going, but actually let's have a mind to maintaining it going forward. Thanks.
The way I think of your last point is that, in fact, this is only one segment of what we're doing in technology more broadly. The QM is a point of emphasis now, but we, as we've talked about previously, may get into other technology-specific topics such as crypto or something like that, which would be sort of another work stream, which probably lends itself like back to connecting the dots, having sort of this wireframe for where we slide technology guidance into. We will continue to have the monitoring function at this board as well, hopefully having more resources dedicated to that over time too. So that's how, at least how I think of it. Nancy?
Yeah, thank you, Tom. So just want to build on what you said there. So what I'm struggling with a little bit is how we should sort of frame it for March, right? Agree with many of good points that are raised here. We need to be agile. Time to market is important. Targeting audience, chewable chunks, all of that I think are good advice and is consistent with, I think, where the team is heading. What's troubling in my mind is whether we would use this occasion to paint that more holistic picture about the implication of technology. So it's not just about QM, like we saw yesterday, we talk about audit evidence, risk response, maybe a bit in the 500 series. So is it an occasion to actually map it out more holistically? And then say for the QM project, we'll focus on QM1, 220, and these other pieces will come so that we have more of a view as to what we're dealing with. And then in terms of informing our work plan, that might be sort of a guide kind of thing. Like, should we go there? Or is that asking too much of the team? So wouldn't mind sort of hearing some of the views around the table on that.
I think implicitly we have to map out the context for where we're going to drop any QM guidance. So like, I think we need to come up with whatever this framework or wireframe is and the approach to technology, and then describe the context for which our QM specific guidance falls in terms of that probably has some element of vision in it, but I thought we've been pretty clear about our vision in terms of the technology statement. I do think we need that contextual work as part of anything we do in March, and then beginning to articulate like what's our work plan for achieving this, whom are we going to draw? So if we're going to create a technology external expert group or whatever we're going to call it, some guidance around that. But anyone disagree with that notion? Angela?
I think this is such a, no, I'm not disagreeing. I 100% agree. I think what Nancy raises is a critically important point. Like the QM project action plan is not going to say digital assets, but nevertheless, digital assets is on our radar more broadly. So it's part of that wireframe. So we can definitely, I think one of the things that we'll think about and we'll talk about, I'm not sure if it's today or with leadership, whether it should be this team that develops that wireframe or another team or in conjunction with other teams. I don't know that it matters that much, but certainly that I want to just make it clear that when you get the action plan in March for this particular work stream, that will not say crypto, but crypto is something that we may choose to tackle as part of, as you mentioned, Tom, another project. But I just want to kind of level set a little bit. Thanks.
And Lily, I'll call on you in a second. On this and anything else, one thing about being agile is we will draw upon, I think in this area, there'll be less than in maybe other areas, existing guidance that's been done by other regulators, national standard setters, et cetera. Like there have been a couple of important contributions. Take the example of crypto from national bodies. Like there's no need to reinvent the wheel. We should start with what already exists as a way to go. And we've done that on other topics before. Philly?
Yeah, maybe I can just add my perspective to this. I think, when we started out with the technology position last year, beginning of last year, we set out a strategic initiative. And that strategic initiative has now continued to evolve. We have a IAASB technology position. We have a catalog of technology-related issues. We embarked on the technology quality management work stream. So I do think it is important that we keep on giving our stakeholders a sense of how all these pieces fit. I think that's an important point. And I think the discussion we have had today, as well as yesterday, actually, I also see that it's two components. I think that's what Angela articulated, the two components of this, an overarching approach, and that has to fit within our broadest strategic technology initiative. And that overarching approach means that there's not just one thing we're going to focus on, and that's so I fully agree with Ado's comment also about a broader structure. And yes, I think we need to put that in place so that people can see that, they can understand that. But also we want to keep our work focused on the technology, the quality management aspects for now, because we all agreed and we received a lot of agreement during the roundtables as well. People said it makes a lot of sense to start with the quality management with quality management as the starting point. So I think that's important. So I certainly have a better sense after this week's board meeting in terms of just the different pieces that we will have to show our stakeholders. So they understand where everything fits, but while keeping our focus on the quality management aspect as well.
Is that responsive to, okay. Okay, I think everyone who wanted to speak has spoken, but if any other comments, maybe I'll try to summarize what I think. First of all, in general, really strong support for the points at 7 and 8. I think, Krista, your intervention right from the beginning was spot on, that we're not talking about just the narrow element of technological resources, but all the dimensions of the deployment of those resources, which touches pretty much on pretty much every of the quality objectives in ISQM1 and have implications to 222 for managing at the engagement level. So I think that's a really important element that we got here. We also had this discussion about our willingness to engage with national standard setters on this, and particularly the PCAOB. So if that opportunity presents itself, which I think was really helpful guidance. Another point is that this has to be in the context of our broader technology approach that was raised earlier this week in the context of audit evidence and risk response, but is wholly relevant in this. As we build that framework out, this should definitely come in some form to the board. We'll figure out the best way to bring the general approach to the board and what paper and what session, et cetera, between now and then, and who does what. So between now and March, but I think that has to be part of the discussion as well. Finally, we also need to think about sort of some way to get input through some form of consultation that gives added legitimacy and technical expertise into the process. And we talked about this expert group possibly working with our network of jurisdictional standard setters. And clearly, as we go through the process, we'll engage with the PIOB to make sure that they're comfortable with whatever process we set up to provide legitimacy and consistent with our public interest objectives. So I hope that's a fair summary of where we are. We got a number of, I'm not ignoring specific points. We noted it all, and I'll turn it back to Angelo if you want to add any color.
No, that was a tremendous summary, which I agree with entirely. I just wanted to thank the board members for a fantastic discussion. Clearly a lot of work to do, but I agree with you, Tom. I think having that, we're calling it a wireframe now, but having that place exactly where QM fits within this broader, vision in terms of what we want to do in technology is going to be critically important. So we will definitely strive to get that to the board as well in March. Thank you.
Okay, so that completes the session. I would commence the next session now, but we have guests coming for our next session at 11:45. So we need to wait till they join. I don't think we have enough time really to start another topic in between. Billy, you have anything you want to share with the board in terms of things that they should expect in the not so distant future?
This one for the public record.
Yeah. Yeah.
So maybe just a quick heads up. I think both teams that are turning the LCE approach and project proposal, as well as the 540 post-implementation review survey, we are well progressed with that. So the aim is that at the end of the session today, you will receive the updated papers for those two agenda items for tomorrow morning's discussion. And then what I also wanted to add, you will see tomorrow's session starts at 9 o'clock. What we are going to have available for those that want to have that opportunity is that the 540 and LCE teams have said they will be available for a consultation session from 8 to 9. So if you are an early riser or you have burning things that you do want to discuss with the team, they will be in the green room from 8 o'clock to deal with any specific issues or questions that members may still have.
So one other thing before we move off the topic we just finished, Philippe, I should have asked you if you have any perspectives from the PIOB.
Thank you, Tom. I think you reminded the position of a PIOB, considering that, artificial intelligence is not only an audit issue, it's a social issue. And because it's so public that, there is a specific sensitivity in this domain compared to other more technical aspects, which are limited in the business. So, the attention of the public interest to this area is very high. And, we are at the beginning of a new world of development, implementations, and so on. That makes me think that, we could have had such a discussion maybe 60 or 70 years ago when the first computer arrived in the companies. But, in the different generations, that took maybe 20 to 30 years, that social consideration about IT and the development of IT for the whole, countries, systems, and so on could occur. And now with artificial intelligence, that goes very fast and that changes. And so that's the reason why, as Tom reminded it, the PIOB encourages consultations because, it's the only way to accumulate, different experiences in that area and supports, your approach of non-authoritative material because it's too early to be, to express requirements in that area because that requires, experience, some perspective and time to consider, the pros and cons of what is going to be done. So the PIOB really supports your approach, and thank you for all the work which has been delivered till now on this very, very, I wouldn't say complicated, but at least complex subject.
Thank you very much, Philippe. Okay, so what I suggest right now is that we go on break. We have an administrative item we'll take off the record when we break. So sit down for just a second, and then we will reconvene here at 11:40, so we're not late for our guest from the IAASB. And so you get a little extra break right now. Morning, Rika, or good afternoon to you.
Oh, good.
Can we start
Good
taking our
morning.
seats?
Yes,
Yeah, hi, Jennifer. Good to see you.
good to see you. How are you?
I'm doing great. It's great to have you. We're just coming back from break here. We
Okay,
finished the topic a little earlier, so I'll let you know when we're all at the table.
sure. Thank you very much. Thank you for having us.
Did we go back live? Are we back to streaming? Okay. Sorry. Okay, welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a good break. I'm really pleased to welcome our friends and colleagues from the IASB. Rika and Jennifer need no introduction to this board, but it's great that we continue to work so closely together. And we really look forward to your update today, and hopefully we'll have a good conversation here. So Rika, without further ado, I hand it over to you.
Okay, thank you, Tom, for your kind introduction, and to all the IAASB members and its staff members for allowing Jennifer and me to share the update on the IASB's project and activities today. I appreciate really Angelo and Kazuko's support in preparing today's presentation to consider the IAASB members' interest. I would also like to take this opportunity to extend our foundation and our two boards, IASB and ISSB's gratitude for your continued support and your valuable feedback from the audit standards setters' perspectives. So thank you so much. Before we start our presentation, I want to say this housekeeping item. Any comments or views we share don't represent those of our foundation or our board. And next slide, please. So as you see on this slide, we designed this presentation to explain the new requirements that companies will apply in the next few years, and also a big picture of our project timelines and our future concurrent agenda consultation with ISSB, our sister board, and how we have learned from your board interacting with some IWS members and technical staff on some of our projects where we have overlapping areas between two boards. Then we will delve into some of our active projects that you may be interested in. So like the previous year's presentation, we will pause for your questions and feedback after sharing a few major topics. And I hope that make this session more informative and interactive. I will hand over to Jennifer to explain the new requirements, which will become effective in the next few years. Jennifer, please.
Yes, thank you, Rika, and thank you all for inviting us again. It's great to be able to be here and speak with you again this year. If we could go to the next slide, actually slide 4, if you could go to the next slide. Thank you. So as Rika said, but as similar to last year, we thought it'd be helpful just to let you know for some of the standards that we've already completed or amendments to standards that are going to be becoming effective in the next couple of years, just give you an update on those before we delve into the current work plan. So I know we've talked about some of these in prior years, but just to quickly give you a recap. So as you can see from the slide, we do have one set of amendments, which is lack of exchangeability, that have come into effect in 2025. There are 3 more sets of amendments just coming up around the corner in 2026, and that includes contracts referencing nature-dependent electricity. And I know we've talked about these amendments in prior years. Don't have anything new to mention right now, so I won't cover those further today. But I will get to IFRS 18 and IFRS 19. I think it'd be useful for you to hear some of the updates there. But just quickly before I move to those, I thought I would just highlight There is a recent development in terms of a recent set of amendments that were issued. That's the last one. Before the red box, it says translation to a hyperinflationary presentation currency, and that will be effective 1st of January 2027. So if we could go on to the next slide, I'll give you an update on IFRS 18. So I expect many of you are dealing with this a lot right now, hopefully. If companies you are working with have gotten their implementation underway, but this is presentation and disclosure in financial statements. And as you probably are aware, this was a standard that was issued in 2024. And the effective date is for annual periods beginning on or after the 1st of January 2027, with earlier application permitted. And just to recap, some of the key requirements or key features of the new standard: new required subtotals in the statement of profit or loss, which includes operating profit, disclosures about what we're referring to as MPMs, management defined performance measures, and then also enhanced guidance on grouping of information around aggregation and disaggregation. IFRS 18 replaces IAS 1, presentation of financial statements. And the IASB, as you may be aware, the IASB did not reconsider all aspects of IAS 1 when developing IFRS 18, instead focused on the statement of profit or loss. And some of those prior requirements in IAS 1 were moved into IFRS 18, and some were moved into IAS 8. And also IFRS 7. So as I mentioned, we're hearing that reporting entities have gotten started, are working their way through implementation of this new standard, which is good. And for those that haven't, we encourage them to do so. And we understand that securities regulators and others are also encouraging companies to get underway so that they have enough time to do a good implementation. I would just mention a couple of other things. Our IFRS Interpretations Committee, which takes questions on application of standards, has started discussing a couple of IFRS 18 questions. We had our first one at their September meeting, and we had 4 more questions discussed just recently at the November meeting. So there are some more. If you're familiar with the tentative agenda decisions that our committee puts out, there are some new tentative agenda decisions out for comment until early February. And so there are a number of topics covered in those questions. I won't go into all the details, but just to give you a flavor, there are some questions around classification of foreign exchange differences, classification of gains and losses on a derivative that's used to manage a foreign currency exposure. There are also questions about the scope of the requirement to disclose expenses by nature, and also assessment of a specified main business activity. So those are just some of the questions. We do continue to have an implementation page related to IFRS 18 on our website, and we'll continue to update that with new materials. And then if we can move on to the next slide, I'll talk a little bit about IFRS 19. So this is subsidiaries without public accountability, specifically related to disclosures. And we talked about this again, I think, in prior years, but this was a standard issued in 2024. Same effective date as for IFRS 18, with earlier application permitted. And this is a voluntary standard. So this will be used by eligible subsidiaries. And just to remind you, an eligible subsidiary is one that does not have public accountability, and it has an ultimate or intermediate parent that produces consolidated financial statements that are available for public use that comply with full IFRS accounting standards. And then the eligible subsidiary would apply the requirements in our full IFRS accounting standards, except for the disclosure requirements. And it would have reduced disclosure requirements applying IFRS 19. So we do expect that the standard will reduce the costs of preparing eligible subsidiaries' financial statements. And in fact, we have heard anecdotally that has been the case for some reporting entities. They are finding IFRS 19 to be very useful, and it's taking some of the costs out of the system related to subsidiary disclosures. We continue to encourage people to also visit our website that has a page on implementation materials. And just this year, the staff posted some educational materials around, it's actually a module for small and medium-sized entities that includes discussion of the interaction between IFRS 19 and our IFRS for SMEs accounting standard. I think Rika is going to talk a little bit more about IFRS for SMEs in a bit. We will pause later for questions. And so now I'll turn it back over to Rika to talk about a few things related to our current work. So Rika, back to you.
Thank you, Jennifer. Please move to the slide 8. So on this slide, we have this demonstrator, we have had another productive year, proceeding with various projects and crossing the finish lines for different types of projects in 2025, similar to the past few years. This slide shows all publications that were issued in 2025. So the first one is the third edition of the IFRS for SMEs accounting standards, which was published in February 2025, with the new edition effective for periods beginning on or after the 1st of January 2027. For who are unfamiliar with the IFRS for SMEs accounting standard, it is a self-contained standard, fewer than 330 pages, designed to meet the need and capabilities of small and medium-sized entities, SMEs. As of August 2024, jurisdictions permit or require the application of the SME standard 85. For purposes of the standard, SMEs are entities without public accountability. So from our perspective in our literature, an entity has public accountability if its equity or debt instruments are listed in the public market or it holds assets in a fiduciary capacity. In developing the third edition of the SME standard, we aimed to update it to reflect improvements made to the full IFRS accounting standards while keeping it simple. The sections of the SME standards for financial instruments, fair value measurement, consolidation, revenues, amended to reflect the full IFRS accounting standards, IFRS 9, IFRS 10 to 12, IFRS 13, and IFRS 15, with other alignments with new amendments made in the full IFRS accounting standards after the second edition was published. To support the transition to implementing the latest edition of the SME standard, we have published various educational materials, including helpful guidance and also webcasts that provide a condensed summary of significant changes in the new edition and more detailed guidance for changes in each section. We will publish more materials in 2020 to show and support the SME community. Second, the revised practice statement management commentary, which was published in June 2025. The revised practice statement is not an IFRS accounting standard, but the IASB intends for the revised practice statement to provide a global benchmark for regulators to use in updating or developing national requirements and guidance on management commentary, and a comprehensive resource for companies in providing information that meets investors' needs. The third is the amendment to IFRS 19, subsidiary without public accountability disclosures, which were discussed by Jennifer, but these amendments were developed to provide reduced disclosure requirement for new and amended IFRS accounting standards issued between February 2021 and May 2024 to fill the gap period between the publication dates for the exposure draft and the final standard of IFRS 19. Both the amendment to IAS 21, translation to a hyperinflationary presentation currency, were published in November 2025, which amended IAS 21, the effect of changes in foreign exchange rates. The amendment specified the translation procedures for an entity whose presentation currency is that of hyperinflationary economy, to improve the usefulness of the resulting information in a cost-effective manner and reduce diversity in practice. Lastly, we published the final document on the disclosures of uncertainties in the financial statement in November 2025, following the publication of the near final draft in this July. As shown on this slide, this is a kind of the update to the information on the slide. The document aimed to add illustrative example to guidance accompanying several IFRS accounting standards. The objective of these examples is to illustrate how an entity applies a requirement in existing IFRS accounting standards to report the effects of the uncertainties in its financial statements. So regarding the upcoming publications, we plan to publish the final standards for the regulatory asset and regulatory liabilities in the second quarter of 2026. Here is another update. I am pleased to share that we published exposure draft risk mitigation accounting last Wednesday. And upon the publication of this exposure draft, we renamed the project title from Dynamic Risk Management to Risk Mitigation Accounting, because we aim to provide a new accounting model to bring companies' accounting and reporting closer to its risk mitigation strategy and activities, and help companies and investors find more transparent and useful information about such activities and the financial effect of those activities within the financial statements. So Jennifer will explain our proposed model for risk mitigation accounting later in this session. And next slide, please. So on this slide, we show you an overview of our project status for research and standard setting project. We have made good progress on the 3 new projects we recently started, such as the intangible assets, the statement of cash flows, and amortized cost measurement. We will explain the first 2 projects, intangible asset and the statement of cash flows, more later in this session. So I will explain the amortized cost measurement project. We decided to move from the research phase to the standard setting phase because we tentatively decided this project aimed to make targeted improvement to the amortized cost measurement requirements in IFRS 9 financial instrument standard by clarifying the underlying principles and adding accompanying application guidance. And as I mentioned, we are in a consultation period with the exposure draft risk mitigation accounting, and Jennifer will explain more in detail. And so I will move on to the equity method project. So we published the exposure draft in September 2024 to propose amendment to IAS 28 to address application questions about how to apply the equity method accounting requirements. And we propose new disclosure requirement that can enhance the information companies provide about investment in associate and joint ventures. We are currently in the process of deliberation to consider and address the stakeholders' feedback by conducting additional outreach on some contentious issues with targeted stakeholders. We will continue the current process and probably decide on the project direction in mid-2026, so it will be a little later than the timing shown on this slide. Regarding the business combination disclosure goodwill and impairment project, similar to the equity method project, we are in the deliberation process about the consultation after the consultation period for the exposure draft ended. I will explain this project status in more details later in this session. So I will move on to the next one. Regarding the financial instrument with characteristic of equity, we published the exposure draft in November 2023. The proposals aim to improve the information that companies provide in their financial statement about financial instruments they have issued and to address challenges with applying IAS 32 financial instruments presentation standard. We continue our deliberation to finalize amendment to IAS 32, considering stakeholders' feedback. We hope to finalize all deliberation in 2026 and start balloting to publish the final amendment. Lastly, regarding late regulatory activities project, the new standard will improve the quality of financial reporting by requiring companies to provide information about regulatory assets, regulatory liabilities, regulatory income, and regulatory expense. In late regulatory industry, the timing difference often exists between when the entity recognizes revenue for goods and services provided and when the company can include that compensation in the regulated rates charged to customers. Because existing accounting standards cannot address such a timing difference, the new standard will fill that information gap in the IFRS accounting standards. Please move to the next slide, slide 10. Now I'm going to briefly explain a few maintenance projects. We have the 4 research maintenance projects with which we have not yet decided whether to proceed. So move on to the next project. Regarding the provision project, we published the exposure draft in November 2024 to set a proposal for 3 improvements to IAS 37 provision standard. The 3 improvements are to align one of the recognition criteria of the existing requirements with the definition of liability in the revised conceptual framework, to specify that discount rate excludes non-performance risk, and to clarify that the types of cost an entity includes in measuring a provision are the same as those used in identifying the onerous contract. As I explained on the previous slide, we finalized the project for the illustrative examples in the financial statement last month. So let's move on to the next slide, slide 11. This covers post-implementation reviews. For those unfamiliar with our post-implementation reviews, I will briefly explain what our post-implementation reviews are. The IASB carries out the post-implementation review of each new IFRS accounting standard or major amendment to our standard. In our due process handbook, a post-implementation review involves assessing whether the new requirements are overall working as intended, with the benefit to user of the information arising from applying the new requirements not significantly lower than expected, and the cost of applying the requirement and auditing and enforcing the application not significantly greater than expected. So the objective of PIR, post-implementation review, is to assess whether the effects of applying the new requirements on users of financial statement, preparers, auditors, and regulators are as intended when the new requirements were developed. Regarding the post-implementation review for IFRS 16 leases, we published the request for information in June 2025 this year and ended in mid-October. So the project staff is currently analyzing the feedback they have obtained via comment letters and outreach meetings, and plan to provide their analysis to the IASB in early 2026. Thank you for your valuable input from some IWC members and the staff during the recent outreach meeting. Regarding the post-implementation review for the hedge section in IFRS 9 financial instrument, in today's IASB meeting, we decided to start the process in the first quarter in 2026. This timetable of the PIR allows us to have some overlapping period of the consideration for risk mitigation accounting's proposal and the head sections of PIR. Let me explain our plan for agenda consultation on slide 12. Please move on to the next slide. Yes. So first, I will explain what the agenda consultation is. We hold a public consultation on our activities and our work plan every 5 years. The primary objective of the public consultation is to seek formal public input on the strategic direction and balance of the IAASB's work plan, including the criteria for assessing projects that may be added to the IAASB's work plan. This consultation could also seek our stakeholders' views on financial reporting matters that respondents think should be prioritized by the IASB. Most recently, we started the third agenda consultation in 2021 and published agenda consultation feedback in July 2022. So based on that feedback, we started working with our existing work plan in the second half of 2022. So we are now in the right place to start considering when to start agenda consultation for the next cycle of our work plan. Thus, we started the fourth agenda consultation early this year on our own because initially we thought our sister board, the IAASB, still seemed busy to focus on their existing priorities. But we got some good news from our sister board recently. So this July, the IAASB, our sister board, decided to start its agenda consultation in late 2026. If we, IAASB, would start its agenda consultation at the same time. So this September, we decided to undertake our agenda consultation. We decided to undertake our agenda consultation in late 2026 when our sister board would start it. So we consider the due process requirements. Our due process oversight committee decided to accept a slight delay in starting the next agenda consultation and allow us to conduct this concurrent agenda consultation with IAASB. So both board plans to consult with our stakeholders in 2027 at the same time. So we believe concurrent agenda consultation benefits our stakeholders because they can easily and efficiently consider each board's work plan simultaneously and provide holistic feedback on priorities, both separate for each board and joint priorities for two boards. In the meantime, we will continue to progress existing projects and start new projects as capacity becomes available. In the other words, we will only add a new project to the work plan if capacity remains available after considering these other priorities. So we also decided on a list of potential topics that we could consider addressing if and when capacity becomes available. These topics are operating segments, pollutant pricing mechanism, hyperinflationary accounting, and crypto assets. So I will turn it over to Jennifer to explain the liaison between IAASB and your board, IAASB. In advance of the details provided by Jennifer, I just want to thank you for all your support in various IAASB projects, particularly sharing your feedback and input from your audit standards perspective.
Yes, thank you, Rika. If we could go on to slide number 12, I'm sorry, slide 14. Just with that, I know Rika's covered a lot of ground, but I would just have a moment just to kind of recap our IAASB IASB liaison over the past year. So we think we've continued to have a very productive working relationship with you and the liaison working group. So I really appreciate that. In addition to our recurring touch points that we normally have, which includes this meeting, we also have our leadership meetings and I have a good working relationship with the staff across the years. So I really appreciate that as well. We have continued to have a number of project and topic specific outreach calls in 2025. And those typically do arise because our project teams reach out to Rika or to me and seek, and because they've heard that the liaison working group can be a good and valuable sounding board for some of our standard setting thinking, particularly as it relates to sort of auditor and auditability type matters. So I'll just highlight a few things on the list. Just wanted to highlight going concern. As you know, we did republish our educational material that's called Going Concern, a Focus on Disclosure. That was republished in May of this year, sort of on the heels of your new standard. And that was, again, a very good, I think, working relationship between the groups on that effort. We will cover, Rika and I will cover intangible assets and the statement of cash flows and related matters. We'll cover those projects a little bit more later, but did want to mention the team had some very useful calls on those as well. And then our favorite acronym, BCDGI, which is Business Combinations, Disclosures, Goodwill, and Impairment. That's been an important one. Our team continues to consider feedback, particularly about auditability, as well as expectation gaps around the proposals. And they have benefited from hearing reactions from the liaison working group on your side. And then Rika mentioned already, we have a proposal. So not dynamic risk management, but risk mitigation accounting. I'll talk a little bit more about that proposal later, but we do hope we'll have maybe some future talks with the liaison working group on that effort. So with all of that, I thought we'd now pause for any questions that you have. So maybe I can pass it back to Tom for any questions.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to point out for our board, as you know, Hernan, Amaro, Edo, and Robert are very much active on the liaison with the IAASB. I don't know, maybe I could turn to one of them. Any reactions? Edo?
Yes, thank you, Tom, and thank you, Rika and Jennifer. It's great to have you with us. It's been a pleasure working with you and your teams over the last, in my case, years. And I think you give a good reflection on how constructive we work together. I may ask a question when you come to your favorite acronym a little bit later on in the presentation. You've already raised the expectation gap, and we may clarify that a little bit for the board at that time. But I can only echo the constructive working relationship that we had over the past years, and I think how we both benefit from working together on particularly the overlapping topics that we have. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Rika and Jennifer, for your presentation. I have a point that I can raise in practice about how to audit the application of requirement based on the undue cost or effort assessment that in the last time we can note that is increasing in the IFRS accounting standards as well in the IFRS for SMEs accounting standard. Given that a conditional treatment based on the undue cost or effort need that the company assess a specific point that is not explicitly defined, I wonder whether there is any possibility that you issue any guidance for preparers and that could mitigate the diversity in practice for audit this issue. Thank you.
Billy?
Hi, Rika. Hi, Jennifer. Nice to have you with us again. Maybe just a question from me. The post-implementation review you are doing on IFRS 16 got me thinking that on our work plan, we also have quite a number of post-implementation reviews coming up. How do you have a particular approach in terms of deciding when is the best time to target the post-implementation review? You know, broadly speaking, we are, from our perspective, we're thinking normally about 3 to 5 years of the standard actually having been applied in practice. And I was just interested to know what is sort of your benchmark that you use or sort of indicator that you use in terms of when is the appropriate time to do a post-implementation review.
Christelle, and then maybe I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you. Thank you for the update. It's very helpful, both for me as a board member and I must say as a professor who teach these topics to our students who actually have a final exam on Monday. So I will have a lot of questions, in fact, but it's not the place today. I just have a quick question about, you know, the joint agenda consultation with IAASB. Do you already see areas where coordinated priority setting, for example, I don't know, fair presentation or connectivity, could meaningfully influence both preparers and assurance providers? I would be interested by your insights. Thank you.
Rika and Jennifer, do you want to respond to those questions?
So first of all, Ever, thank you very much for all your cooperation and valuable input whenever we have outreach meeting with you. And then I think publication of the revised going concern education materials is a kind of the big highlight how we collaborated with you closely to ensure the alignment between our accounting standards and also your new ISA 570. So I think it's quite, this relationship is quite important for us and I want to maintain for the future, not just only in 2026, but beyond. And then the question about the undue cost and effort requirement. At this moment, we don't have any project that we are asked by stakeholders to address concern raised today. So if Jennifer has any other thought, please correct me, but at this moment, we have a kind of no project looking at that requirement. So that is a kind of situation. And then about the PIR, according to our due process handbook, we are supposed to start our PIR 2 or 3 years after stakeholders globally applied our standards. So we just need to look at only some jurisdiction. We have to look at the international application status before we start our PIR. So sometimes we can start maybe the 3 years after application effective date, but sometimes we have to wait until most jurisdiction apply our standards and then take some time to see comparative information we want to understand to assess the usefulness of the information provided through the amendment or applying new standards. And about the co-current agenda consultation, we don't call it joint agenda consultation. And at this moment, what we have, and both boards, IASB, ISSBs, decided was we will conduct agenda consultation at the same time in late 2026. So we haven't yet discussed anything about how to proceed this concurrent agenda consultation with two boards. So please stay tuned. Probably we will have some development later next year. And so probably next year in December, we can come back with something we can share with you. Jennifer, do you have anything to add?
No, I agree with all those comments, Rika. I don't have anything else to add. So, but I appreciate the questions.
Okay, I don't see any other hands here. Back to you guys to continue.
Okay, I think we're going back to Rika, I think for slide 16.
Yes, 16, that's me. Yes. So let's move on to this slide, and then I will explain the project update on statement of cash flows project. So we started the project on the statement of cash flow and related matters in response to the feedback from the third agenda consultation, as I already mentioned. Stakeholders highlighted perceived deficiencies in the current requirement of I-7 statement of cash flow standard, including its presentation requirements. For example, the classification of cash flows into operating, investing, and financing categories, and other matters like information about the non-cash transactions. So in early 2025, the staff conducted research into the nature and extent of perceived deficiency in the requirement of I-7. Based on that research, we discussed the outcome and determined the project objective and focus areas of this project. So in this project, we aim to assess the potential ways to improve the requirement of I-7 in response to feedback on the third agenda consultation and initial project research. At the same time, we tentatively decided not to explore some specific items. For example, we decided not to redefine the definition of operating, investing, and financing categories. We decided not to aim in alignment between the classification of items in the statement of financial performance and the statement of cash flows. We decided not to amend the requirement in I-7 to prepare the statement of cash flows using either the direct or indirect method. But we tentatively decided to focus on those 6 areas shown on the slide. So among those 6 areas, we first focus on the 3 items at the top of the right table on the slide, such as disaggregation of cash flow information, reporting on information about non-cash transactions, and transparency in information communicated about cash flow measurements not specified in IFRS accounting standards. This is because those 3 items are priorities for the users of financial statements. So, regarding the classification of cash flows as operating, investing, and financing, and definition of cash equivalents, we tentatively decided not to amend the definition of those cash flow activities and the cash equivalent in I-7, but we plan to explore the solutions about how we can improve the consistent application in those areas. Lastly, we will explore possible improvement in cash flow information for financial institutions like banks and insurers. The statement of cash flows of financial institutions provides limited useful information to stakeholders. So the IASB will consider the cost and benefit to financial institutions when deciding on the applicability of some of the requirements for the statement cash flows of the financial institutions. We are currently assessing potential way to improve the statement of cash flows for each topic included in the project plan. So please stay tuned for further information in 2026. Now I will ask Jennifer to share the update on another new project, the intangible assets.
Okay, thank you, Rika. So if we could go to the next slide, slide 17. Thank you. So so I'll give you an update on the intangible assets project. We did talk about this last year, and the board has made some progress since then in thinking about the approach that it wants to take and in mapping out the initial work streams. So just to remind you that the objectives remain as they're on the slide. So one is to improve the usefulness of the information that entities provide about intangible items in their financial statements. And then also to update our existing standard, which is IAS 38, to make it more suitable for newer types of intangible items and also new ways of using them. After discussing a couple of different approaches, the board has decided on to start a comprehensive review, but do it in a targeted way, and to have what we've referred to as regular reflection points along the way to assess additional evidence. So as you can see on the right side of the slide, we have a couple of different work streams that we are pursuing, and so I'll talk through those. And the first two, the initial work streams are to explore user information needs, and then also to use some test cases to consider potential changes to the definition of an intangible asset, and also some aspects of the recognition criteria. So I'll talk about those a little bit more in a minute, but I also wanted to mention there are a few other later work streams, as you can see on the slide. So one of them being intangible assets held for investment. So this would possibly include more work on crypto type assets, also broader aspects of recognition, disclosure requirements, and then the fourth one is something we do hear often about, which is comparability of information when you compare acquired versus internally generated intangible assets. So those are subject to change as the work continues, but that's the thinking right now. And if we could go on to the next slide, I'll talk a little bit more about the two initial work streams. So the first being exploring user information needs. This is ongoing work that really sets the stage for the rest of the work to be done. And we're considering user information needs related to different types of intangible assets, and then also different sectors, different industries, and how they're used. And so some of the questions that we're asking users is, what information are they trying to understand? What's important to them about intangible assets? What are they doing with the information? Where are they getting the information today if they're not getting it from financial statements, or if they are getting it from financial statements? That's helpful to know. So we'll continue that work. And that could lead to possible improvements through all the disclosure requirements. So definition, recognition, measurement, and also disclosures. And then secondly, in blue, as I mentioned, we're using test cases to explore possible ways to update the definition of an intangible asset. And this goes obviously to a fundamental aspect of IAS 38. We are looking to our conceptual framework as a starting point for developing solutions to some of the challenges that have been identified with the current requirements. The test cases that we're currently looking at are cloud computing and agile software development, and having discussions with different stakeholders. The test cases, or we are looking to work that's already being done by other standard setters or already has been done, including the work of the FASB in the US. And we've also been doing some work gathering information about artificial intelligence related data and solutions and data resources, just to think about whether those should be test cases as well, but we haven't made a decision on those. So just in terms of the timeline, the team will be continuing with these work streams into 2026, with an expectation that the staff can bring something back to the board to make a decision on project direction in the second half of 2026. So maybe we'll pause here again for any questions on those projects before we go on. So maybe back to you, Tom.
Any questions or comments? See nothing in the room. Okay.
Okay, I'll turn it back over to
Crystal,
Rika.
you wanted to comment? What? Crystal's reaching for a microphone. She's thinking about her final exam. She's just changed. I think she's changed the question in a
Yes.
bit.
I'm interested in. Sorry, do you hear me? Yes, I'm interested in unintangible assets. About the fact that we don't take into account into the balance sheet the internally generated intangibles, rather than we take into account the acquired intangibles. And with all this digital and data-driven business model, I'm wondering if this differentiation could still be maintained. And I would like to know how you think about that. And are you going to change this approach? Thank you.
I guess I can start on that and then Rika can add if she would like, but I think it's too early to say. So this is actually some of the work that we're doing, some of the research, trying to understand, as we said, different with new intangible assets and new ways of using them since the last time that the standard was looked at. Are there some changes that we need to make in thinking about whether it's internally generated intangible assets and the capitalization requirements. So I'd say it's too early to say on that, but that is part of what we're exploring, or a big part of what we're exploring. So I guess stay tuned. Not ready for an exam question yet, maybe. So I don't know if Rika, if you have anything to add.
Yeah, I mean,
Maybe if you could.
yes, I mean, yes, I fully agree with what Jennifer already shared, because if we talk to different stakeholders, even we talk to the group of preparers companies and ask whether we should change the recognition criteria to recognize some intangible asset, some preparers considered we should, and other stakeholders even in the same preparers group said that no, please don't change. So I mean, it's not easy for us to kicking off the substantial discussions in the beginning of this project. So that is the reason we decided to carefully listen to investors' needs first to identify what we can do to improve the information provided through financial statement. So that is the current status.
So I was just thinking, Christelle, it could be an extra credit question where they could give advice to the IAASB going forward. Lakika.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you, Rika-san and Jennifer, for your thorough explanation. Thank you so much. And I'm also interested in intangibles, as Greta said. But actually, I think from users' perspective, or maybe some users' perspectives, so why non-financial information needs, including sustainability information that is done by your sister board is partially because some maybe the information was not captured in the financial statement. So if you broaden the concept of intangible, then maybe before users take that information from non-financials or from sustainability information, but that can be captured maybe in the financial statement. So I think I just encourage you. You already interact with your SASB, but I really encourage you to interact with your sister board because from user perspective, that's how they capture the intangibles that is really related to their needs in non-financial information. Thank you.
Anyone else? Robert?
Yes, thank you. And thank you for the explanation. I have a general question which pops up. If I look at intangible assets and the objective, it says here, improve the usefulness of information entities provide about intangible assets. So the general question I have is, wouldn't this be an objective for any kind of standard? Also for the cash flow standard, which you are going to work with or work upon, and how do you put this information usefulness into your standard work, also in your PIR work? Thank you.
I think that's the only question I see left.
Should we go ahead and
Would you like to?
take some of those, or do you have more questions?
No, I think that's it.
Okay, I guess I can start on a couple of these related to the intangible assets project. So in terms of the interaction with the IAASB, I would just mention that they do have, so some stakeholders have pointed out to us or encouraged us to look at what the IAASB is doing on human capital. So they're looking at some different issues, but that is a project that we're monitoring as well from the intangible assets side, just to understand what they're doing, make sure we're connected. But so obviously they focus on a different set of disclosures, but that is something that has come up in some of our discussions. So we'll continue to monitor that. And then in terms of, I think, Robert, you have a good observation. Yes, I think often with our projects, one of the main objectives is to improve the usefulness of the information that we provide to investors. And I think part of your question was maybe how do we determine what is decision useful, or how do we go about that? You can clarify, but I think that, and with this project, with the Intangible Assets Project, as we said, a big part of it is really trying to understand currently what are user information needs, what are they looking for, what information are they already using, and trying to really drive our work from that. And we are hearing that investors, users aren't really interested, at least at this point, in a lot of more capitalization of assets, but they are interested in better information about what the companies are spending, what are they doing with that spend on intangible assets of different types. And of course, it's going to vary. And we do see, and this is why we're talking to investors and users in different sectors, because it is different if you talk to someone in a pharmaceutical type setting versus software versus others. So we're trying to kind of get a good indication from that. But yes, it can be a challenge to sort of sort through all that information and figure out the next steps. But that is part of the project. Maybe, I don't know, Rika, if you wanted to add anything on this.
Yeah, so about the assessment of usefulness, luckily we have 3 board members who are from the investors and analyst community. So it's quite easier for us to get their thought. And also we usually do extensive outreach to user groups and then individual users and analysts to get their thought and then how they use the information on the primary financial statement. And then we understand that there is a kind of some limit of the information we can require the companies to provide within the financial statement. But at least we ask them the information within the financial statement can be a good anchor or a hook for them to ask better communication with management to get more information when they're asking questions or communicating with company's management. So that way we try to understand what real information needs. We try to focus on the real needs. So we try not to focus on something nice to have. If they said it's nice to have, we just drop that idea and just focusing on must to have. So by doing so, we try to achieve understand what the but the information is really needed and useful for users. Thank you for a great question. Thank you.
Okay, I think that's everyone in the room. I know you have a couple more slides, but also conscious of time. But maybe we go through the final couple slides and wrap it up.
Yes, so quickly cover BCDGI, the business combination disclosures, goodwill and impairment projects. So in March 2024, we published exposure draft BCDGI and then exposure draft proposed amendment to IFRS 3 business combinations, in particular to improve the information companies disclose about the performance of business combinations, and also amendment to I-36 impairment of assessment, in particular amendment to impairment test of cash generating units containing goodwill. Thank you very much for your comment letter on exposure draft of this project and for additional input through the outreach meetings. Our project staff members have kept learning from you, particularly about auditability, verification of information, as well as the potential risk of expectation gap that might be generated in financial markets. We are still deliberating the proposals, and the project objective is to improve the information provided by management at a reasonable cost to investors about business combinations and the subsequent performance of acquired businesses. In the exposure draft, to achieve the project objective, we propose a package of solutions by enhancing disclosure requirements and improving some requirements for impairment test model, which we expect can reduce complexity and subjectivity or strengthen the effectiveness of impairment tests. So currently, the staff continue to provide detailed feedback on our ED proposals to amend IFRS 3 disclosure requirement and the I-36 impairment test. So overall, most stakeholders, including preparers, supported the project objective of providing users of financial statement with better information about business combinations at reasonable cost. Additionally, stakeholders supported the direction of travel. However, we understood that they shared concerns, and some of them, including you, gave a suggestion to address their concerns. So this month, today's meeting, we concluded our staff's initial analysis of feedback on the proposals in the exposure draft, except for feedback on the proposal for disclosure requirement for subsidiaries without public accountability and transition. So while providing the feedback analysis, the staff have been consulting with valuable stakeholders, including you, on particular aspects of staff's initial analysis. Therefore, the staff plan to report back to the board and share updated analysis and their views with us in early 2026. We have understood our stakeholders' concerns about specific proposals that need to be addressed, including auditability and expectation gap. So, but at the same time, we recognize strong interdependencies between various items or proposals to amend IFRS 3 disclosure requirement about acquisition. So the staff will bring the collective consideration of related proposed amendments to the IASB to address our stakeholders' needs and concerns simultaneously. So please stay tuned for this project development in 2026. And we hope to obtain technical input from you to enhance our staff's understanding of your audit standards. And so, Jennifer, could you please share the project update on risk mitigation accounting?
Yes, of course. So if we could go on to the next slide, which is our last topic. So as we've mentioned a couple of times already, our project that was called Dynamic Risk Management, or DRM. This is one of the updates since we sent you our slides. The board last week put out an exposure draft called Risk Mitigation Accounting. And it does have a long comment period, as we mentioned earlier, until the end of July next year. So you definitely have some time to think about it. And the objectives haven't changed. So these are one, to better reflect in an entity's financial statements the effects of its activities to mitigate repricing risk, which is dynamic interest rate risk management activities, and then also to address challenges with the current accounting models, really respect to 4 areas. So transparency, eligible items, dynamic nature, and performance management. So maybe just to give you a little bit of a flavor of what are some of the accounting challenges that led to these proposals, we've found that companies in many jurisdictions often find it difficult to account for their repricing risk management activities using the hedge accounting requirements that we currently have in IFRS 9 and IAS 39, especially when managing that repricing risk comes from multiple portfolios of financial instruments on a net basis. Investors have also told us, given these challenges that preparers have, that financial statements tend to contain little information that is directly relevant to investors' analysis of a company's interest rate risk management strategy and activities. And so as a result, those investors often need to look at other sources of information, such as regulatory capital disclosures, comments at companies' earnings results announcements, or just directly inquiring of senior management. So the proposals aim to kind of correct some of that, to integrate the new accounting model and enhance companies' disclosures. The IASB proposed amendments to both IFRS 9 and IFRS 7, and is also seeking feedback to withdraw IAS 39. So that will be something some people will be interested in. Of course, we encourage everyone to read the exposure draft, but I would also point you to our snapshot document that is on our website. And if you're familiar with our snapshot documents, these tend to be shorter, kind of more, maybe I'll call it more plain English, explanations of the proposals. This one's 25 pages, so it's a little bit longer, but I think you'll find it helpful in explaining the proposals. And again, this is a set of proposals that would be permitted but not required for companies. And so this flexibility is similar to what is provided under the hedge accounting requirements today. And as we said already, the comment period is 240 days. And we do hope that financial institutions and other interested parties will engage in field testing so they can provide data and good practical feedback to us on those proposals. And as I said, if there's interest, we'd be interested in talking to the liaison working group on this in 2026 as well. So with that, those are all the topics we wanted to cover. So we can just pause here for any final questions. And then before Rika does the closing. So maybe back to you, Tom. Yep.
Thank you. Ido?
Yes, thank you, Tom. And then Rika and Jennifer, appreciate you raising the expectation gap in respect of your business combination project. Just to clarify to the board, because we have been discussing this, and I know you've had subsequent discussions with the accounting firms as well, where I think they've raised similar concerns. So the matter that we discussed with the IAASB was that companies are now required to disclose their key strategic objectives in respect of business combinations, and that all forms now part of the financial statements. So the question, and the IASB has been quite clear in what that then entails. And from an auditability point of view, I don't think we have a lot of concerns because we can tie it to approved plans and whatnot. But is there an expectation by the marketplace that the auditor has looked at the reasonableness of those objectives that management has articulated? Some mergers and acquisitions are sometimes built on hope and dreams rather than realistic expectations in some instances. And to what extent is the auditor then implicated by having this part and parcel of the auditor's report? And to what extent do we need to start thinking of inherent limitations of such forward-looking information, etc.? So that is the the issue that we've raised with IASB, and again, I look forward on your further deliberations and as we continue to discuss this in the next year, Minka and or Jennifer and Rika. So thank you very much.
Okay, I see no other 10 cards up here. Any response and also final comments that you want to share with us?
Oh, yes, thank you very much for explaining what we're currently working on. We consider that is one of the most important things we definitely need to address. And in order to do so, it's relevant and clear that we definitely need some IAASB members and its staff members technical support around how to apply audit standards in the case companies provide that information within the financial statement. So I hope we can continue this collaborative dialogues between two boards to have a effective and efficient communication on the various projects where we have overlap, not just only BCDA projects. And I truly look forward to your feedback on our project and catching up with you in 2026 as well. So as a closing, probably wishing you the success of this week's IAASB meeting and having an enjoyable winter holiday after the meeting ends. Thank you, Tom, and everybody for your engagement in today's presentation. I think we truly appreciate your valuable input all the time. Thank you.
Well, thank you to both of you. And I'm not sure I'm letting people go on holiday just after this meeting, but at some point they could enjoy the holidays. But we just wanted to thank you as well for the engagement, for appearing here today, but the ongoing collaboration with the IASB. I think that's what our stakeholders expect, and certainly I hope we're continuing to deliver on that. So very much appreciative. Hopefully you have a great holiday season as well and get some rest over the way. And we look forward to continuing this in 2026.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
We're going to now break for lunch. I'm gonna make the executive decision and we can reconvene at 1:45. I think that will be enough time for us to finish ISRE 2410, the first full draft. And so we'll see you in about 50 minutes. Could people be seated, please? Good morning, early morning, Sharon, to you. Hopefully you have a cup of coffee or tea with you. Could someone close that door, please? Okay. I feel like this is a TV show that goes over multiple days and you need like a recap. Last time on 2410, we got up to paragraph 80. And now we're about to form a conclusion on this session too. But I'm going to hand it over to you, Dan.
Okay, thank you very much, and welcome back for round 2 on 2410. We're going to jump right into this next step in the walkthrough. We've got a fair amount to get through in the short time we have. So we're now into the kind of the reporting aspects, three pieces, forming a conclusion, the form of the conclusion, and the elements of the report. The approach that the project team took is explained in the issues paper, paragraph 27. It's followed the construct in ISSA 5000, actually, where the form of the conclusion, unmodified or modified, is addressed in as part of preparing the interim review report, and we'll get to that in a moment. So for now, we're focused on forming the conclusion, which includes consideration of whether sufficient appropriate evidence has been obtained and the evaluation of uncorrected misstatements. And there's also a separate requirement for taking overall responsibility for managing and achieving quality, consistent with ISA 220 revised. So with that, Tom, we'll turn it over to the board for their comments on paragraphs 81 to 85 and A117 to A125.
Okay. Any comments on these paragraphs 81, 85 and relevant application material? Shayu?
Thank you, Tom. I have a comment on paragraph 83B and 84B. For 83B, the bullet point, not bullet point, the item 3, 4, 5, 6, and also 84B. I mean, the consideration points are fine. I don't have objection. Just the way they are presented looks like more like a reasonable assurance than limited assurance. So my suggestion would be we describe those points in a way fit for a limited assurance. That is, whether anything come to our attention to make us believe blah, blah, like that. Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Does that mean that you're happy with the way it's formulated? Mikika, sorry.
Thank you. Yes, yeah, I support, in terms of the review report, I support the staff's proposal on option A. Yeah, but because option B and C, it's maybe gives the impression that it is the right thing.
Right.
No, yeah, sorry, yeah.
Okay. Let's continue to move forward. Next section.
All good? Okay. The next section gets into the requirements for the various elements of the interim review report. And as explained in the issues paper, this approach is consistent with the high-level requirements that were discussed with the board back in June. The requirements section is a bit longer than extant, and intentionally so. It's explained in the issues paper. The requirements have been written in sufficient detail to provide clarity about the specific statements that would be included in the report, as well as to support the consistency and clarity of reporting. The elements do include a section on going concern. We're going to talk about that section separately when we get to those paragraphs. So if you could hold your requirements on going concern until we get there. But other than that, Tom, if board has any comments on the elements of the review report in paragraphs 86, 87, and the related application material.
With the exception of sub-bullet E, ongoing concern.
Yeah, the details of the going concern section we'll talk about when we get to those paragraphs.
Okay. Any comments? Go in. It was all the noise we heard earlier.
Not a big question, but I think gosh, these paragraphs are so long. I think it must be 86 C5 little b, where a reference to the applicable financial reporting framework used to prepare the financial statements, including identification of jurisdiction origin by the financial reporting framework if it is not IFRS accounting standards as issued by the IAASB. So we refer to IFRS accounting standards. I think we all appreciate IAS 34 is an IFRS accounting standard, but that's singular versus plural. And can we just be clearer that that is the standard that we mean? Because there's no other IFRS accounting standards in this context, I thought.
Okay. Josephine?
Dan will recall they changed the way that they describe their standards. So it's just a matter of aligning it. Yeah.
Needs to dig deep.
I think we need to make sure that actually is technically right. But yes, we'll conform to whatever the right conformity is. Okay, let's continue on. Sammy?
If we're gonna make it IFRS accounting standard, we might as well say IAS 34. That's it.
Well, my question is, that's the precise question. If it's more than one accounting standard, which I actually think it is, because there's other things that people are relying upon, this is the right nomenclature. I'm pretty sure it is, but let us take that back and conform to what's the right thing. Everyone knows what we're trying to accomplish here. If it's supposed to be standards, we'll keep it as standards. But thanks for raising that. Okay, now we could move on. Did you want to come in on this point?
As soon as you move on, I'll leave you go.
It's not like Jeopardy where if you buzz too early, you're in trouble.
I'm not going to wait till the hammer's coming down and go.
Well, your interest in the next topic has already been expressed, so we will note, the chair notes it. Bill has deli ticket 1. Okay.
Okay. Now we're going to get into the requirements on the expression of the auditor's conclusion. That's the form of conclusion. And the first point to consider is a point that was raised in the issues paper. It's the options for the lead-in wording to the conclusion. The project team considered various options for the lead-in for unmodified, qualified, or adverse conclusions. We looked at extant and 2400 revised, both use based on our review. The project team noted that there are different formulations in certain jurisdictions, so laid out some options in paragraph 32 of the issues paper. And Tom, it might be just easier to stop at this point and get some input on those options 32, A, B, C, or D, just to see if the board has a preference for the status quo, retaining based on our review, or exploring one of the other options that are there. And part of the matter for board consideration was whether we should have a specific question on this point in the explanatory memorandum and maybe offer these options to stakeholders.
So anyone want to go before Bill? No, Bill, you go.
Actually, you've introduced what I wanted to say, was to go to paragraph 32 and consider those 4 options. I have a personal view, but I'd be interested to hear, obviously, the collective view. I'll just start the comment then on that basis that in terms of expectations of users, it's a personal preference, and a little bit from outreach as well. Like to have the words "which is not an audit" in there based on a review. I know the project team has obviously gone through and considered all this. I'm just putting it out there now to see whether there's any other support around the room that based on a review, which is not an audit, because the misunderstanding out there is strong.
Okay.
Thank you. This is the right timing, I believe. Yes, I support this, your proposal, option A, based on the review. Because when we look at the option B and C, it gives the impression that the auditor is not taking a holistic view. So I think the user, they like auditor to look at the financial statement as a whole. So these option feel to a little focus on the individual procedures. So only procedures, that's fine, but how was that in a holistically? So based on this, I think option A will be good. And then, option D, Bill mentioned, I think it's too much. So I hope the investors who read the audit report, its review report, would know that the review is not the audit. And of course, we will explain this is a limited assurance, so that will be fine. So option A, I support option A. Thank you.
Josephine?
Yeah, I wasn't keen, sorry, Bill, on D, because I feel that that's almost as if the practitioner is saying it's not an audit, so don't expect anything from us. So I think that option A, as the project team have chosen, is the best solution. And also I agree with Makiko, if we start talking about evidence obtained from procedures performed, I think that could be misunderstood as being down an audit route, even though it is evidence from procedures. Thank you.
Christelle?
Also, option A, I think it's well established and widely understood. It's aligned with the language used in existing standard. While I'm open to considering alternatives such as B or C, I would caution against option D, which may overcomplicate the message. Thank you.
Hello.
This is a good question to ask and to bring to the board. I enjoy this. This is where you get different perspectives, because one seems to be, well, that's more consistent with other IAASB standards, so that makes sense, doesn't it? And technically, of course, it's correct that we do it on the basis of evidence obtained. But I think where I land is, let's not overcomplicate the matter, stick with what we have. That's not to say that I don't have any sympathy for option D. Because I do have some sympathy for it because of that understanding, but I also appreciate it's addressed elsewhere in the auditor's report as well. Maybe we can think of making that a little bit more prominent, but I think it sits pretty high up in the auditors or in the report anyway. So I would ultimately land on A as well.
Wendy?
So I landed the same place that Edo did. Just to say, which is not an audit by itself without explaining why, and the inquiries and analytical procedures that are performed, I didn't think it belonged in the first paragraph. So I have sympathy for it, and as long as it is in the conclusion very clearly what the procedures are, that it's limited assurance, I am fine to go with option A.
Okay, it seems like most people are in the option A camp. It doesn't respond to the second element of the question. And like, I just wonder what a specific question like on this topic would look like.
Yeah, that's a good question, Tom. And I think it would, it may be a bit too narrow of a question to ask in an explanatory memorandum, and might be something that could be pursued further as part of the outreach that's done.
It just seems like a weird thing, maybe not weird, an odd thing to call out, though, like this specific element, particularly when you get the discussion around the way this discussion went.
And also, to Edo's point on not overcomplicating, since the board seems to be the consensus view being keep the status quo, it might be overcomplicating to now introduce options and a specific question on the point.
Yeah, there may be some general discussion about the auditor's interim review report, where you may have a specific topic, maybe the next one that we would ask a question on. Okay. Wendy, were you meaning to come back? Okay.
The bigger issue to address is that there is going to be an expectation gap, no matter what the words are in the auditor's report for the review, whether we say it's not an audit in the first sentence or the last sentence. And I think we have to figure out a way to at least try to mitigate that expectation gap. And I'm recalling I did watch the SAC meeting, and I think there was broad confusion. I recall the chair of that meeting keep trying to bring it back into what the actual question was. But my takeaway from that is there might be some misunderstanding of exactly the level of limited assurance that this review report is concluding upon.
Yeah, I just always have concern about language that effectively are disclaiming stuff. I personally don't believe it enhances confidence in anything. It's like we're sort of like we're doing something, but it's not quite this. And I thought there was language in the auditor's, the auditor's in a review report that would say what this actually is. And I think we just need to be very clear. Anna, you want to?
Sure. I just wanted to build really on Wendy's point around that really, I guess, the context, and I think this is spelled out more explicitly. Sorry. I just wanted to just build on what Wendy said and highlight that the additional context of the thinking about this question was to bring it in as part of a broader question that recognizes the challenges with understanding the scope of the interim review engagement, to kind of ask it as part of maybe a broader question around other ways that we can use sort of the communicative value of the auditor's interim review report to do basically anything we can, acknowledging that any, I guess, the compounding effect of what might seem like individually small changes to words, for example, in the lead-in, but combined with other things, what the consequence would be. And I think that's something you were kind of just calling out, saying, you know, if it's part of a broader question, that would maybe.
Amara?
I think you said what I want to say. Sometimes when we try to fine tune and put too much detail, it can overcomplicate it and can be misleading, particularly to users. So I think the option A encompasses actually what is in B and C, because the review should follow procedures and obtain the evidence necessary to emit the conclusion. So I think that the D option is really misleading. I don't know if you suggested that, but I would suggest that we don't even ask about this.
Yeah, I don't think the idea would probably not ask anything specifically. It will be there and people can comment on it, but we may have a broader question about the report itself. Shreya?
Thank you, Tom. I agree with option A. And in that case, the paragraph 88, do we need to change to the same wording rather than based on the, procedure performing evidence somebody? Thank you.
Bill?
I just want to gracefully concede.
It was done with enormous grace, Bill.
I think that's your sales, yeah.
Gracefully accepted. Okay. Dan?
Okay, well, thank you very much for that input. Very helpful. So we just go on to the rest of these requirements. And just one point here is the project team did try to look for ways to streamline the requirements a bit. So we took a page out of the ISSA 5000 book and followed the approach of putting example wording for modified conclusions due to a material misstatement, paragraph A145, A146, and for a qualified conclusion due to an inability to obtain sufficient appropriate evidence, paragraph A147, rather than having that specific wording in the requirements, put it in the application material. So just wanted to point that out for the board. It was done as a way to try to streamline the requirements. So Tom, with that, any other board comments on paragraphs 88 to 97 or A126 to A142? Oh, sorry, am I in the wrong place? Yeah, okay.
Shreya?
Sorry.
Thank you, Tom.
88 and 97.
Sorry. Actually, this comment was driven by the later part of this paper, but it linked back to paragraph 94, because the later content refer back to paragraph 94. So, because here, for all those modified conclusion, we didn't include a scenario described by IAASB 705 paragraph 10, which is when you disclaim the opinion because of multiple uncertainties rather than unable to obtain sufficient appropriate or the evidence, which is typically used in multiple material uncertainties of going concern. Thank you.
Ada?
Thank you, Tom. I'm on, I think the scenario where interim financial information is materially misstated. And I was wondering where the equivalent of 2480 A and B was, and those are the requirements that require to describe the financial effects of the misstatements as well as how the disclosures are misstated. I think we potentially may have missed those. Thank you. Because 93 deals with the effect on disclosure misstatements, but the financial effects of the misstatements are now not in here.
You'll look into that. Okay. Greg?
Thanks. So I'm just on para 98 and the explicit statements. So there's 2 of them here. There's obviously 3 of them in the underlying 570. Next one.
Tom doesn't like you jumping ahead, Greg.
I don't mind it, but I'll gracefully suggest that he wait till the actual section. But you can leave your CAD card up because we're getting to that. So noted. You'll be first in line. We call it a bill. Okay.
Okay, now, the next section, a little bit more setup on this one because there's a fair amount going on here on ongoing concern. So the issues paper talked about the fact that the project team developed the reporting requirements here based on various scenarios that may exist. And those are played out, the requirements in paragraphs 98 to 101. But before we get into the requirements, just wanted to reflect back on the September discussion. In September, the project team presented 2 explicit statements to the board, phrased in the nothing has come to our attention construct. One was nothing come to our attention that management's use of the going concern basis of accounting is not appropriate. The other is nothing's come to our attention that management has identified a material uncertainty related to going concern that has not been adequately disclosed. The project team noted that the board had actually mixed views on those 2 statements. For the most part, the board was supportive of the statement on the appropriateness of the going concern basis of accounting, but had raised some concerns about the wording of the second statement. So as you can tell from the requirements, the project team has retained that separate statement on appropriateness of the going concern basis of accounting. But the other statement now has effectively been addressed through the various scenarios in the reporting requirements. So it's driven by the work effort requirements in paragraphs 53 to 56. So if a material uncertainty related to going concern existed at the prior year end and still remains, or there was none at the prior year end, but has now arisen and been identified in the interim period, and in either case is the material uncertainty is adequately disclosed, then the reporting is addressed in paragraphs 99 or 100. If management has identified a material uncertainty, but the auditor believes that the disclosures are inadequate, that would lead to a qualified or adverse conclusion, and that's in accordance with paragraph 101. And then getting back to the discussion yesterday, a little bit on the work effort and the connecting the dots. If based on the inquiries and other procedures performed, the auditor has a concern that a material uncertainty exists that management has not identified, then the auditor would be in the deep dive in paragraph 60 and would need to follow that through to determine whether or not, one exists and needs to be adequately disclosed. So apologies to the board that this wasn't better explained in the issues paper, but the project team literally was working on this issue right up until the very end. The only other point to raise, Tom, before we open it up for board input here is paragraph 37 of the issues paper talks about a couple of scenarios that the project team with input from Wendy and Robert had talked about, but we have not yet addressed in the standard. So that's a close call in the interim period, or a material uncertainty related to going concern that existed at the previous year end that has now been resolved, and whether those need to be addressed in the standard. Board input on that would be quite helpful. Just generally in this area, the project team thought it's a question of balance. You have to find the appropriate level of work effort that's proportionate to the circumstances of the interim review. At the same time, it's important for the auditor to get this right. So we need to connect the dots back to the work effort requirements as we discussed yesterday. So with that lead in, Tom, we'll open it up here to get board input on these requirements in paragraphs 98 to 103, and then there are a couple of application material paragraphs.
Greg?
Thanks, Tom. So I guess my question is, have we covered off the vanilla scenario as is covered in para 34 of 570, which is, happy with the basis, no material uncertainty identified, but this is not a guarantee. That sort of combo of those three explicit statements, which is in 570, have we, with the various scenarios in here, covered that vanilla one off? I recognise we've got other scenarios, but to me, that's going to be a reasonably common one.
Yeah. I mean, maybe just on that point, Greg, the project team thought that scenario was addressed in paragraph 98. So if it's not coming through clearly, then maybe the team needs to have another look at the wording there. But that was the intent of paragraph 98, was that more common scenario in 570 revised.
So is it an A or B? Sorry.
We'll let Josephine come in here, and while the team considers Greg's comment.
Yeah, okay. Sorry, I also thought that 98 covered it. But yes, I do noodle over that. I think that given that there was so much work and emphasis on that close call, up to exposure, after exposure to finalization of the standard, it was such a big step change in the standard. I find it odd that we wouldn't want to consider it in the interim. I don't know. It's still a listed entity scenario. It's still the auditor performing the work. So, I mean, if I just find it odd that it isn't there. And then the only other thing I would say is that I think this is definitely crying out for an Hernan diagram here of a flowchart of if here, then here, which I know you probably already thought of, but something maybe for the explanatory memorandum. Thank you. Oh, the other thing I was going to say as well, that it looks like a lot in the standard and it fills up a lot of paragraphs, but it's I think it's really helpful for the practitioner because it's walking them through, if you're in this scenario, then this is what you report and so forth. So I'm not concerned about the volume at all if that's popped up. Thank you.
Shaya?
Thank you, Tom. First, a comment on paragraph 98. I think we need to add in a sentence or in the first part of this paragraph that also nothing has come to our attention to cause us to believe there is a material uncertainty, because currently it looks like we only consider last year's audit conclusion and the management's assessment of going concern. And the same could be said for on the next page when it goes to 99. Also, A is about last year's audit conclusion and B is about management's assessment. Then what about we have done in the interim review? It didn't touch on that. So I think it's that's one. And the second one is I'm also thinking about the different scenarios. I think there will at least be eight different scenarios, and which haven't been fully covered in this version, because the going concern issues could result in a material uncertainty, a qualified opinion, adverse opinion, or disclaimer of opinion. And there is a different combination of last year versus this interim. So it makes things very complicated. So my suggestion would be that we treat the impact of last year audit conclusion separately. We just first go for what's your review conclusion for this interim, and follow the flow of which is similar in ICA 570, and build on that. We might add in, how do you consider the implication of last year's audit conclusion? Actually, to some extent, I think the last year's audit opinion or modification to audit report, if you're considering material uncertainty, is something to be addressed during the review. It's not to be considered in the later stage when you put together the review report. So it's part of your review work and your assessment to make you come to the final conclusion on going concern. Thank you.
Edda?
Thank you. I actually very much like the approach that you built upon what was there in the last audit, given that it is an interim review between audits. I struggled in the same way as Greg did. The statement on material uncertainty came out in some scenarios, particularly the ones where there was a material uncertainty, but not in the other ones. So I missed that in a number of places, and as a result, I couldn't gel it all together. So that's I'll just leave it at that. The rest of my comments I will all send in. Thank you.
Bill?
Just to add a comment, I agree with what you've disclosed in paras 98, 99, 110. I'm not disagreeing with you, Josephine, but I also agree with you that we don't have the close call reporting, and we don't have a repeat of MERG that's been cleared from the previous audit. So I agree with you all there, but just back to your point, we did talk a lot about close calls and decided to go with it. And I just wish we had some stronger, robust research on the understanding of the audit report by our users. I really think it's a major weakness of our setting. We finish up providing personal opinions of what we think is the best thing rather than something more robust. So I acknowledge I'm only giving you what I think is a personal opinion. I agree with what you've done, and just wish we had, I could give you some stronger evidence for that, other than I think it's a limited assurance, and I want to reduce the amount of confusion, so therefore reduce the amount of disclosure. Close call particularly.
Wendy?
Thank you, Tom. I fully agree with what Bill just said. Couple things. I think when we have the illustrations of the report, it'll be easier to see the different scenarios from the standard into the illustrations. I also have some concern or wanted, obviously we'll relook at it again when we retool a little bit, 53, 54, whatever that sequence was we spent a lot of time on yesterday, so that does the reporting flow from the work effort that we are intentionally doing. I have to repeat again, I think there are I think there's confusion as to what some of the words mean sometimes. And, you know, personally, I would like an exception basis only, but I know what we did in going concern for the ICEs, and it should flow into whatever standard we put together here. But, you know, we had a conversation just a moment ago about not disowning or what we do. And so these words, which are less extensive than those performed in an audit, coupled with whatever else we have in the in the review report, might cause us to look at it differently. But again, I go back to what I said just a minute ago. I have to see the illustrations so I can see how the work effort flows into the full conclusion. Thank you.
Neil?
Thanks, Tom. You know, when he said if we were going to only do this on an exception basis, I think that's still a valid consideration, but we're not going down that road. When I read 98A, the others leverage off the audit and they leverage off the conclusion. I'm wondering if there's an opportunity to also leverage off the conclusion and the work that was done to reach that conclusion, even though it's clean, so that it's also updating on the position that we reached at the end of the audit. Otherwise, it may come across as a fairly broad standalone statement when we haven't actually done that much work because nothing had come to your attention based on your review procedures.
Josephine?
Thank you. Just a thought though, if you're want to put more in the standard, but if we are building on the previous audit, then the auditor therefore does have to take account of the fact that there might have been a close call. When there was a close call, and then they're following up from that. And I think we have all the pieces, but it might be worth just looking back and make sure that that hasn't been forgotten in the guidance.
There you go.
Thank you, Tom. One additional comment on paragraph 103, just to echo what I just said about paragraph 94, because here the disclaimer is not about the unable to obtain sufficient appropriate evidence. Yeah, thank you.
Anyone else? Billy?
This is an odd one because I'm actually going to ask a question because I'm not sure. And I'm asking the question because I don't want it to come up in March when we're trying to approve the standard. But when we look at the statements, when there is a material uncertainty related to going concern, and maybe it's just a question Dan and needs to remind me, and I'm not sure any board members brought it up now, but when we do include the statements about material uncertainty related to going concern, we include a reference to if there was one in the previous annual financial statements, to the related disclosure in the interim financial information, and a statement that our interim review conclusion is not modified in respect of that matter. But we don't have the statement in 570 that says that these events or conditions indicate that there may be a material uncertainty that may cause significant doubt on the entity's ability to continue as a going concern. We've not brought that across. And if there's a good reason for that, great, but I just want to flag it because I don't want that to pop up in March and then we might have an issue.
Okay, well, that's very, very helpful input. And I think our collective takeaway as a project team, a couple of things need to happen. We'll obviously take into account all of your comments, both that you've raised today and any that you may send in offline. Please do. Just in terms of there's a lot going on here. It's kind of a matrix approach to things. And we actually did, Anna had been working on a flow chart of sorts. We just weren't able to get that pulled together. But that's something we can bring to the board in March to help illustrate the flow and how everything fits together. And I think the other thing that's clear here is we'll have to have another look at the wording in relation to 570. And I think we would benefit, Ada, we've already chatted about getting together with perhaps you and Kalina at some point to sort all this out and make sure that there's consistency. So we will certainly plan to do that.
Okay. Wendy?
Just to Bill's point about the very general point made about the research. I'm gonna say a year ago, somebody from the IAASB who had done some research related to going concern in the audit. So, and it's it was part of this meeting, so it is public information that you can look at. It hasn't been updated, obviously, and it's not related to a review, but there is, and there could be other research out there, I don't know. But I liked your point about research just as a general concept.
Okay.
Okay, moving on. This is the kind of the last remaining bits of the reporting requirements. No setup here, just looking for input from the board on requirements in 104 to 109 and that related application material.
Ada?
Yes, then I was struggling a bit with 108, given that is I was just wondering whether that could be better placed in 83. This is a work effort requirement, not a reporting requirement. And so I was struggling with the location of it. I was also wondering why the date of the interim review report is before the EOM, but that's just geography. But so that doesn't matter, but it struck my attention.
Yeah.
When I read 108, it says the auditor shall determine whether the applicable financial reporting framework requires comparative information, and then you have to do this. I feel like if the framework doesn't require it, but the entity voluntarily includes it, then this paragraph wouldn't be applicable. It feels like we narrowed it with the yeah, it feels like we've narrowed it when we've got the if so.
Christian?
I am not sure it's the time or if I miss a step. It's about fair presentation. Is it now that we discuss this point? Later.
The next one.
Okay, thank you.
Point noted.
Okay, well, thanks for those comments. We were kind of hoping beyond hope there would be no comments on comparative information, but we will certainly take that back and have another look at that, including the geography of those couple of points, Ada, that you mentioned. So the last move on to the last section here, which is the documentation requirements, and these are mostly based on comparable requirements in 2400 revised. So any board input on 110 to 114 and the related application material.
Krista?
Sorry. In fact, paragraph 45 to 48 of agenda item 6, I don't know if it's about that, yeah. Address whether IAS 34 constitute a fair presentation or compliance framework. It should be noted that the classification of IAS 34 as a fair presentation framework is not universally accepted, and there are divergent views across jurisdiction. I'm not aware, furthermore, of any formal written position from the IAASB on this specific matter. And given that the IAASB mandate is to develop framework neutral standards, it would be appropriate for the IAASB to avoid drawing a definitive conclusion on this issue. Thank you.
Anyone else? Adam?
Yeah, I entirely agree with Christelle, and the question I had: have we asked IASB? And it seems not yet, but pending that, I think it's very hard to draw us in a certain direction.
Robert?
Well, we discussed this, Edo and Amaro. And the question is, if we were to approach this question towards the IASB, when do we get an answer? In either way, and I would assume that our standard will be at least the exposure draft released by then. Before.
Well, they probably, this is the type of thing that they probably would be reluctant to provide an explicit answer on. They have a body that would provide an explicit answer on questions like this. So I think Christelle and Edo provided a suggestion. I think the team needs to consider that. Dan or Anna or Billy.
We thought it was still on documentation.
Oh. We could go. Yeah. People are happy with documentation, I assume.
If people are happy with documentation, I'm happy to move on. I can just add a bit of context, maybe for the reactions that just occurred then. So I'll. The screen really wants us to be stuck on documentation.
People want to come back in on documentation, they can do it.
No, I know.
In the context of other stuff, yeah.
So really the questions that we had on the matter that we have just had a few comments on, which does relate to picking up the discussion that we had started back in June on initially our suggestion to change the reporting requirement in the proposed draft to basically no longer highlight specifically different wording for whether the interim financial information consists of a complete set of general purpose financial statements or otherwise says nothing else. And so by removing that specificity and turning the requirements in terms of the conclusion, bringing them back to be purely based on following the requirements of the applicable financial reporting framework, the question had come up about what would the consequences be of that, and trying to understand the context in which the initial decision had been made when 2410 was issued back in the early 2000s. And so having had the discussion that Robert pointed out with the IASG liaison working group, having had some staff level discussions on the IASB's requirements to make sure that we were using sort of the right standards, looking at the right, like the relevant paragraphs and so on, noting no interpretation being given by staff, nor backwards and forwards. We sort of landed on the position that's presented in the paper, which is that ultimately for the purpose of issuing a proposed revised draft, there seemed to be two separate questions. One was whether the requirements that were proposed were still appropriately silent on what IAS 34 may or may not require. And then separately, we had wanted to explain that based on all of the discussions we'd had, the position of if we did want to state a view of whether, based on our own definitions under the IAASB standards of a fair presentation framework, how we had got to the fact that this was a plausible answer. We weren't, however, proposing to interpret what the IASB may or may not believe, nor what this board may or may not believe. And so we just wanted to, I guess, have highlighted on the screen the specific words, because we've described them in the issues paper, but not actually, I I guess it might have been helpful to see them side by side, we thought. So that's really what's on here. And so our question for the board was really just the one that was in the issues paper, which is whether reflecting on this and what the objective of the project team is in terms of finalizing a proposed draft for exposure, there are any further steps that are necessary that should happen ahead of March or as we go forward. So that was sort of where we were landing, and that is listed as question 2 in the issues paper, or it's the first question on this one. So that was really the context for that.
Billy?
Yeah, maybe, Anna, thank you for that setup. I just wanted to add to that because I think, the bottom line for this is after all the background that Anna has provided and the engagements that we've had, this is not a matter for the IAASB to solve. It's not their problem. What we are saying is we've indicated in the paper why we believe that the elements, as we have it in our standards, what the elements of a fair presentation framework is, that those elements are there. And basically what we need to decide, are we happy with that? That the elements of a fair presentation framework is there. We've got it. We've said the fair presentation framework is a framework that implicitly or explicitly requires those either going beyond or having a fair presentation override. We've identified that. Yes, we could decide that what we didn't think about it correctly, and then we can take that back. But that's in essence the decision: is are we happy that the way that we have that the team has identified that those elements of a fair presentation framework is present? Are we happy with that?
Chriselle?
Just to say that with these conceptual elements, I stand by my comment, and I think that the IAASB mandate is to develop framework neutral standards. Thank you.
So just to be clear on that, because I think when we talk about fair presentation in our standards, though, we're not standard framework specific.
Yeah.
Though. So your point is you're content with the way the principles are laid out, and that we should just be very clear that we don't step over the line and point to a specific standard in this
Yes.
context.
And not to draw a definitive conclusion.
Is that okay? Ada?
Yeah, I think that's where I'm at as well. The standard and how it's drafted, that's fine. But now in our issues paper, there seems to be a conclusion from the IAASB, which seems to suggest that that IAS 34 is a fair presentation framework. Well, if the IASB is not making that conclusion or is willing to stick its neck out for it, why do we? I think so. In that sense, I don't agree with what's in the, or I do agree with what's in the standard, in the draft standard. So the text there, I took exception to what was in the issues paper.
Okay. So people are fine with what's in the draft standard. We just have to remain. The caution to the team is make sure when we mean framework neutral, we are framework neutral, particularly with sensitivity on this point. Is that a fair assessment, Ada?
So, and that may have an impact on the extent of providing an IAS 34 example.
Okay, so noted. Okay, should we move to the next topic?
Great. Thank you. Yes, so the last 2 questions really that we had, the first one was a general, effectively catch-all on any other matters that really, based on everything you've seen in the exposure draft that we've highlighted, in the proposed draft standard that we have highlighted, that you've shared, was there anything else beyond matters of a editorial nature that we do welcome receiving, that we should bear in mind as we sort of finalize the draft that you have not previously brought up? And then we had a specific question to reflect on the matters that we had presented as our initial thoughts on what matters we might include in the explanatory memorandum. So those are the matters in paragraph, well, in section C of the issues paper, so paragraph 49, and whether you had any views or other matters or matters that are not worth bringing up in the explanatory memorandum to just guide us as we develop that ahead of March as well. So that would be questions 3 and 4.
Right. Any comments on these questions? Robert?
On 3, I do recall that we discussed this in the project group, me being a project board member, but last week some concerns by my stakeholders were addressed on the differences in wording between 2400 and 2410. And how these differences would be interpreted in practice and by regulators, even if no difference was intended when writing the 2410. So just food for thought, which I think should discuss or reflect further on. And then for question 4, an issue which I think we discussed it to some extent yesterday, the use of estimates and the permission of broader use of estimates for interim financial information. And so the question is how this broader use of estimates, which is permitted by the reporting framework, financial reporting framework, impacts the evidence that needs to be obtained by auditors for the interim review.
Okay. Ada?
So I think that's question 4 in respect of the explanatory memorandum. I was wondering why we need to explain the differences between the assurance provided for an interim and an audit. I would expect that would be a known concept, so didn't necessarily see the reason for going into that for the purpose of it, but I don't mind it either. I was actually more worried about or more concerned about E, which talks about the consideration of going concern, and I was wondering why fraud wasn't put next to it.
Okay. Anyone else here? Okay. Back to the team.
Okay, well, thank you for that additional insight. The way forward that we have, just to close this out, again, as we head to March, this is still what, to our last knowledge, is on our forward plan that we will be working towards full exposure draft for approval in March. That would then go out for exposure. The timelines that are in this slide are based on what was in the project proposal, so it may be worth a discussion in March, certainly on the more detail there. Otherwise, we do look forward to receiving any offline comments to help us as we do refine the draft ahead of then. And we will bear in mind requests for diagrams, flowcharts, and the like to consider including. So I think that is all we had.
Okay. Before we conclude this session, Philippe, any observations?
Thank you, Tom. Just a general comment and some specific comments. As you know, the PIOB has supported this project since its appearance in the strategic work plan. I believe it was in the 24-27. And we appreciate the new contributions, particularly on fraud and going concern, and the way in which they are presented and balanced in the draft. Some remarks. We would prefer, I had a conversation with Wendy on that, we would prefer the considerations on group engagement to be at least a bit developed in the requirements and not referred to in whole or in part in the application materials. In general, and some of you will, I think, will see that echoes the comments in the conversations. We encourage you to provide as much detail as possible, or in any comments that will improve users' understanding of the nature, extent, and intensity of the procedures applied, particularly for the most significant risks that may have been identified in previous audits. And finally, we encourage reflection on the nature of an interim report that would be clearly distinct from the annual opinion on the financial statements in order to avoid a confusion for users who are not audit experts. And that, echoes some comments and discussions that both board members had just before. Thank you.
Thank you, Philippe. Okay, we're about 10 minutes from the next session. We're gonna talk about, get an update on firm governance and culture. And from IAASB. Jasper, do you wanna say anything in the setup? I know you've been working closely with them.
They're not here yet, right? No, okay. But not that it matters. No, actually, I want to thank them for but I will do that later in the meeting. No, I have nothing to introduce them. I think what we're going to do is first get their inputs of their update from them. We can provide comments to that, and then after that we will go to the second question, and that's then specific on that paper on the linkage between ISQM1 and the viewpoints.
Thank you very much. So you could have an 8-minute break, 7-minute break. Now I've just talked too much, but be back here by 3 p.m. Okay, thank you. Okay, can we all get seated again, please? Okay, well, a couple board members are straggling. They're not used to the 7-minute break. So, well, I just want to welcome Ken, Jeff, and Laura to the table. I think Ken is represented twice by name 10 here, which is great. We'll still call you by your real name, Laura, when you want to speak, though. But it's great to have you here. You know, I know you've been working a lot this week on your culture and governance project, and really look forward to your update on where you're headed and what you concluded. But also, we're really happy that there's so much engagement with the teams right now and the work that you worked with Jasper and our side on in terms of identifying how ISQM1 plays in this space a little bit and how this could be linked to it with some of your efforts as well. So things are complementary. So really important in our minds as well. So I'm going to hand it over to you three. Look forward to discussion, and then I think it's sort of broken up into 2 parts from what I understand. And then we'll talk about the linkages a little bit more. So.
Thanks very much, Tom, for this introduction and welcome. It's really a pleasure for us to reconnect with your board. It's always a great opportunity for us to engage and to have a discussion around the matters we're looking at, the areas of overlap, the linkages with ISQM and so forth, but also importantly to update your board and make sure that everybody is traveling with us as we're going on this process, on this journey, as we're working for the issues at our board. We had a very good 2 days, Monday and Tuesday, at our board, talking through the issues on film culture and governance. We had a number of documents, pieces of it, if you will, a conceptual piece, an overarching piece, and the viewpoints themselves that we worked through, as well as the linkages document. Very rich discussions, and I would say very constructive discussions in terms of giving us a pathway forward. So maybe without further ado, I'm going to pass it to Jeff to walk us through essentially what we went through at our board, to give you a sense as to where our board landed on the different pieces, and then we can maybe open up for any questions or comments. Jeff?
Thank you, Ken, and thank you, Tom, and thank you again for giving us the opportunity to speak with you about our project and also get your feedback and as well. So as Thomas mentioned, we're going to break this up into 2 key parts. The first part is essentially just giving you updates on our board's feedback on some of the key papers that Ken was referring to. And then the second part is I guess 2 and 3, again, give you an update on the coordination with your representatives here. And also, I think the main beat we want to get your feedback, of course, is on the paper that we have circulated on the linkages between the draft IAASB viewpoints and ISQM1. So first, we just want to give you a bit of an update on the board's discussion we just had the last couple of days. You may recall that at the September board meeting, we provided an update, and thank you very much for the feedback that you gave us. I think some of the key elements or comments, they're pretty much around 2 or 3 things about needing more clarity about the purposes and intent of the role of the IAASB viewpoints that we are developing. Of course, the importance of highlighting the linkages with ISQM1. And also, I guess comments about engagement with firm leadership or senior firm leadership. So we're taking those on board, and it's reflected very much in our plans and also in the papers that we have presented to our board in December, the last few days. Just to let you know also that our board had a virtual meeting in October, and they already provided some input on the contextual piece and also one of the viewpoints as well. So you see here, there's four things: the contextual piece, the overarching piece, of course, the IAASB viewpoints, and also the paper on the linkages with ISKM1. Essentially, these four papers, we are intending to finalize them and put them together as being part of a briefing notes that we will use for outreach in Q1 and Q2 in 2026. So just give you some very high level feedback on what the board discussed or what the has said, I guess, for the first three things, and then we will discuss the linkages with ISKM1 paper as when we talk about ISKM1 and also our coordination. The contextual piece, we did not develop this at the September meetings, but we developed this based on input that we have received from our board and also from yourselves in terms of the need to perhaps give a little bit more clarity about our board June's decision about the resequencing. But also give a bit more clarity about what are we intending these IAASB viewpoints to be used for, and also get a little bit more clarity about the fact that the resequencing is not to abandon the standard setting project. In saying that, of course, our board, the IAASB, has not made any decision in terms of whether there will be standards as a result of the development of the FCG framework. And again, I would say that stress that that's a decision for the board that's an element for the board to consider at the June meeting in 2026. So they will look at the approach of the framework, and as part of that, they will look at whether this framework will fall inside the code or outside the code. At least they will certainly very much discuss that at our June meeting next year. The contextual piece also explain what the viewpoints are for. Essentially, they are being used by our board as tools or an instrument for further stakeholders engagement. So they're not, I would say, technically a NAM or non-authoritative material. We're very much using it as a tool. So we can, as we put them together as part of the briefing note, we will use that to get further stakeholder feedback in Q1 and Q2 about these viewpoints. And as we start to develop our thinking further about the FCG framework. The contextual piece also, of course, explain about the resequencing and very much the board, in the board discussions, again, the board's supportive of the paper that we have presented. One of the key comments that's been brought to the project team's attention is to make sure is clear in the briefing note that the viewpoints are not the framework. They are very much just tools, so we will make some adjustments there. The next piece is the overarching piece. Again, this is a new, I guess, document that we have developed, and we did not develop that at the September meeting in Lisbon. This overarching viewpoints essentially is trying to connect those 8 viewpoints together and give a sense of their connectivity. The board was again very supportive of this paper as presented and provided some refinement suggestions, but that otherwise they're quite supportive. The third document, of course, is the main bit is the IAASB viewpoints, and there are 8 sets of IAASB viewpoints. Each set addresses one of the 8 elements of the FCG framework that was identified in the FCG project proposal. As you may recall, and as you've read some of these viewpoints, if you had a chance to read them, they are designed to be high level. and scalable. And again, these are not standards, and they are being used as tools, and the IAASB does not have any intention to revise them after this. So once our board has accepted them, hopefully this coming Friday, we'll use them as a tool, but then the information that we will get, we will not use that to revise or update the viewpoints. We'll use that information to decide and look at what the framework might look like, and make the project team will make that recommendations to the board in June next year. So again, the board was generally quite supportive of these viewpoints and provided some refinements, suggestions, but nothing sort of, I would say, of a fatal flaw nature. And Robert Buchanan, our PILB observer, also expressed PILB's continuing support for this project. So I would say that, as I said earlier, we will talk about the linkages with ISQ on that paper a little bit later. Just a couple more slides, and then I'll pause, and I'll see if Ken wants to add anything, and then we'll get your feedback on the update. In terms of next steps, I just want to let you know that, of course, Q1 and Q2 next year is where we're going to do a significant amount of outreach with stakeholders, and we will also be developing some corresponding supporting materials and initiatives as well. In terms of outreach, the top three bullets, number one, we will have meetings with senior leadership, including those we're aiming for, at least for the GPPC firms separately, but also leadership as we find opportunity to also speak with regulators and PAOs as well. So these are, of course, much more high-level discussions. Then we are going to conduct a series of focus group discussions. Essentially, this will involve different stakeholder groups. They will involve firms, the larger firms, but also SMPs. We will also include regulators group and also investors, but with the investors groups, we might do a little bit differently. But essentially, this is more of the technical discussion and to get our stakeholders' feedback in terms of, particularly the viewpoints. And I'll tell you a little bit in the next slide what we're intending to walk through and some of these meetings and what we intend to get out of these meetings. The other meetings are more the standard stakeholder meetings and outreach. We are also looking at maybe doing, at the moment we're calling a simulation exercise, but essentially we're looking at the possibility of getting a third-party facilitator to help us maybe to work with one firm or one or two firms in terms of looking at these viewpoints in more of a simulation environment or prototype environment, whether they work or whether they are, how they would apply and clarity, and whether there may be any gaps. And so we're looking at using this exercise certainly very much to supplement the other outreach activities. And then we're also planning other interviews and articles. And as I've mentioned, the briefing note will have those 4 documents in it. And so when we get to the June board meeting next year, seems like still quite far away, but I'm sure it will come by very quickly. The IAASB will consider and discuss the approach to the FCG framework based on recommendations from the project team. Just quickly, in terms of the plans for the outreach and the aim and the output. In terms of the plan, we're certainly aiming to seek feedback on the viewpoints, looking at, for instance, I beg your pardon. In terms of the plan for the outreach, we looking at certainly seeking feedback on the viewpoints and looking at whether they're in terms of the implementability and proportionality. We will also look at getting feedback in terms of how any of these viewpoints may evolve into principles or guidance, forming that being part of that FCG framework. We'll also get input, of course, if from our stakeholders in terms of anything that we might have missed, or they want to let us know in terms of the development of the framework. And as part of that discussion, we will also socialize with stakeholders some of the possible options that the board might be looking at in terms of the location of the framework. And the board discussed this both on Monday and Tuesday in terms of some of the possibilities of where the framework might sit. For instance, in terms of inside the code, it could be maybe one or two overarching requirements with application material and NAM, or maybe a separate section, or maybe just expanding what we currently have on culture and just on application material. In terms of outside the code, we talked to the board about two possible options. One is more the traditional comprehensive sort of plan of NAM materials and other supporting materials. Another option is maybe a standalone set of guiding principles that could be adopted on a voluntary basis. But what the board has agreed is that we're not going out to our stakeholders in Q1 and Q2 to get their vote or preference of which options are the best options. But the board felt that it would be helpful to socialize some of these possible options that the board is thinking with stakeholders as part of that discussion. So before I pause and pass it back to Tom to get any thoughts or comments or questions you have on that update, I just want to see if Cam wants to add anything.
Thanks very much, Jeff. I think you've given a good coverage in terms of the report back on our board discussions Monday and Tuesday. Insofar as board is concerned, there was some discussion in terms of how we're going to approach. I mean, the discussions and the development of the viewpoints have proceeded as a matter of course. The board has been spending the last couple of quarters really intensely working on developing those viewpoints, refining them, and getting them to a stage where, as we call them, we would like to have them stabilized so that we can use them to further engage with stakeholders on the matters that we'd like input on. So at this point in time, our board had a discussion as to whether, should we, for example, develop a draft of the framework first, and then have a discussion with stakeholders about this draft framework and seek views as to whether stakeholders would think, maybe some aspects, some of the viewpoints could potentially be requirements, or would the framework actually better sit outside of the code as simply guidance, or would it be better to simply go out to market, so to speak, with simply the options that are on the table? For purposes of really being fully transparent, that at IAASB, no decision has been made. No decision has been made yet as to whether the framework should be in the form of standards or should be merely, as Jeff indicated in a couple of the options, maybe a set of guiding principles that would be open to voluntary adoption. But there would be no requirements, and therefore the framework itself wouldn't be enforceable, so to speak. So our board really felt that now is the time to take the materials that the board has developed, the contextual piece, the viewpoints, the linkages document to SQM1, and have those discussions with the firms, the PAOs or regulators, because it's very clear from what we heard from our board members themselves that stakeholders actually are wanting to engage. They don't want to wait another 6 months or another 12 months to wait for a draft framework to be presented to them, to then provide input to IAASB. So we're going very, very open, very transparently to say, look, these are the options we're looking at. We want to be informed as to what's your reactions as you're thinking about those options? If you were to have one overarching requirement, and in fact, I mean, in our board discussions, some board members asked, if you were to go with an option with a single overarching requirement in the code, what would that look like? And just for purposes of discussion, we said, look, you could have a simple requirement that says, leadership in the firm shall promote an ethical culture across all the professional services in the firm. So that is a very broad requirement. It's very overarching, and all it is saying is, take it upon yourselves, leaders in the firm, to promote an ethical culture. And underneath that, or hanging off that requirement, we can have application material, or we can have a series of guidance materials that would sit outside of the code that would help provide the guidance and try to be as helpful as possible to the firms to help steer them towards, well, as you think about this requirement, as you think about how you would fulfill that requirement, here are different materials, different suggestions across the 8 elements of the framework that would help guide you towards putting in place the necessary practices, policies, whatever it might be, recognizing that how firms implement the framework is going to be very dependent on their facts and circumstances and the types of services they deliver, they provide, the sizes of the firms, the markets they serve, and the people who actually work in the firm. So very, very different factors that will impact on how firms implement the framework. And hence the reason why at IAASB, our board is very, very intent on coming up with principles as opposed to prescriptive requirements or even guidance. So we want to really keep it high level, but principles based. So there's been quite a lot of discussions over the last 2 days, I would say, in terms of how we're going to navigate the next 6 months. And there's still a lot of work to be done in terms of how we put in place the execution of the plan of outreach. Jeff gave you the broad outline, focus group meetings, the regular stakeholder outreach engagements we have with the firm of firms, with IASB Committee 1, the S&P Advisory Group, and so forth. So these are sort of part and parcel of our regular engagements. And then there is this idea of a simulation exercise. And you might be wondering, well, what is this about? And we had similar questions at our board, really. And where this originates from is really from this idea of pilot testing or field testing. There's this concept of field testing proposals, and it's part of our due process between our 2 boards. And we had a very lengthy discussion in September at our board to say, well, if you were to field test the viewpoints, recognizing that they are not even draft standards, but if the board wanted to get practical input from firms as to whether those viewpoints would be implementable, they would be understandable, they would be proportionate, and so forth. This may not be a small exercise, because to field test properly, while you may have to have a range of firms being willing to work with the board to take those draft viewpoints, to start to test them, and how they test them actually can be a very, very intricate process. So they may have to mobilize the people in the firm across their services. They may have to put in place, let's say, prototype policies, procedures, etc., and they would have to start to roll out those let's say test practices, and then allow time for people to start to work on those, and that potentially could take 12 months, 18 months, who knows. So the idea was, well, is there a better way to really get what we are trying to get at when we think about field testing or pilot testing? And that is that what our board is looking for is deeper insights, because at the moment, if one were to look at the viewpoints, well, there are nice pronouncements on paper. A number of those might be seen to be, relatively abstract. When we say, well, leaders shall demonstrate a commitment to ethical behavior across a range of services in the firm. So, whenever we put that across to a firm and the leaders in the firm, they might kind of start to wonder, well, how am I going to demonstrate that commitment? What is it that I need to do? And it's that sort of question that we are really wanting to test here. If we were to ask leaders in the firms, again, it's not just auditors, but it's people who are working on the non-audit side, the advisory services, etc. How would they think about that kind of viewpoint? It's intended to be principles-based. You would apply it according to your circumstances, but how would you operationalize this? And importantly for us, what we want to understand at IAASB is, what are your doubts? What are questions that comes to mind when you're thinking about this? And it's that sort of input that we're trying to get at through that sort of simulation exercise that we think we may not be able to get simply by sitting across the table and having a discussion over an hour, explaining what the viewpoints are about and trying to get some reactions. So we will see how we're gonna, make this work. We're gonna talk to some people who can potentially help us facilitate that. We're gonna have to identify a firm that would be willing to, a firm or maybe 2 or 3 firms that might be willing to work with us to try to, like I said, pilot test the viewpoints. So this is something that we're exploring. Nothing has been decided yet, and we'll see what's going to be possible. So, Tom, I think we'll pause here because your board members might have questions or comments at this point.
Okay. Any comments, Bill?
With regard to the viewpoints and when you were drafting those, what was the source of your background, or more importantly, did you reach out to the firms to get some material to help with those viewpoints, with the processes they may or may not have already in place?
Thank you, Bill, for the question. When we developed these viewpoints, certainly when we first presented them in the September board meeting, these viewpoints are developed based on very much the input that we have received, certainly from the working groups outreach from last year, and also the final report, but also the fairly extensive roundtables, global roundtables that we had early in the year in April. That, of course, in both settings had a lot of firm input. So that's and of course IAASB had added the views in terms of what they think these comments means, and hence that's how they developed. And as Kenneth said, the aim is not to have very long explanations, almost like a standard, but to make sure they are very short, as the board discussed back in June when they talked about the idea of the viewpoints, is that the idea is that they need to be short, about one page or so per set of viewpoints, and then we should just base it largely on the input that we have received from firms, but also others in the different forums that we've had.
Josephine?
Thank you. Lovely to see the 3 of you here. So if I kind of stand back, I thought that the outreach plan was really, really good, and individual engagement as well, and maybe simulation exercises and so forth. So, and I suppose from a process perspective then, is you have explained this a little bit, but so I can sort of look at it from a high level. So you'll have all this outreach activity, and then you'll gather the information and come to some conclusions and so forth. And then right now, is there an intention that there will then be a formal consultation with yet more outreach, of course, which comes naturally, on whatever you might do? And I know that I also understand, and I'm very open as well to the idea of having something else that isn't currently in our very strict toolbox. It's either in the standards or it's non-authoritative guidance. That's it. There are all sorts of different things we can do as boards in terms of supporting practitioners in their work in applying any of our requirements or our code. So yes, essentially, a couple of things. But is there still an intention to consult, even if it's another item in your toolbox? And what's the rough timing do you see for that? Thank you.
Thanks very much, Josephine. So in terms of process, we've been very clear at IAASB, and we'll make it very, very clear when we go out with the briefing note, etc., and as we set up those meetings with stakeholders. The outreach plan at the moment is not intended to be a full public consultation. And that's why we are referring to focus groups, because we are targeting specific stakeholders. So we're not intending to expose the viewpoints to all stakeholders to provide us with input at this point in time. So we are intending to essentially use the next couple of quarters to really speak and discuss the specific matters that we'd like input on. So essentially, it's 2 parts. The first part is about the viewpoints themselves, the implementability of viewpoints, the clarity of them, the proportionality of them, and how firms really understand them and would think of applying them. So that's input that we think will be very important for our board to understand. And maybe to Bill's earlier question as well, by and large, those viewpoints reflect the consensus we collected across the stakeholder community in our extensive outreach, including the global roundtable. So when our stakeholders read the viewpoints, our hope is that those viewpoints are not going to throw people off track necessarily, because by and large, those viewpoints will resonate with stakeholders, because pretty much this is what they've told us. So the second part of the outreach, maybe more precisely, the second purpose of the outreach plan is really to maybe expose is too strong a word, but maybe to socialize the options that we're looking at. Making it very clear to our stakeholders that, again, we are wanting to explore those options with stakeholders to gather input as to what they think about those options and what concerns and what challenges. And if you do have these concerns and challenges, let us understand why these would be concerns for you, et cetera, et cetera. So it's a bit of that to help us inform our board with a recommendation as to what might be the best way, or maybe two options as to how our board might move forward with regard to the development of the framework. So that's a bit of the process. And post-June, it may be that once our board has decided on a pathway to go, there may well be a public consultation on the draft framework. So that's, and then we'll have the full due process that will go with that as well.
I'm conscious that we have only about 15 minutes left, and we do want to get to the second part, but Nancy, feel free to come in.
Okay, I'll be very brief. I just want to better understand the process, and I think in your response to Josephine, you've answered a lot of that. So I was thinking about your approach here. You're saying you're going to take the contextual piece, the viewpoint, and the linkage document, and you go out there and try to get some feedback. Just wondering, I think that's probably the better way to go, because earlier on I would have thought, well, if you have a draft framework, why don't you take that out? Then you don't have to go out twice. But the thing is, you're trying to use the feedback on those documents collectively to inform your framework, right? So, by the time you explain that, it's kind of the logic makes sense now. But the consultation is on the viewpoint. And bottom line is, I probably would react more to what the framework might look like. Then I would have my comfort zone in terms of seeing it as guiding principles, which is voluntary. And if I like it enough, I use it, but I have a choice. Or that we turn it into ethics code, which is something different, right? But I wouldn't react too strongly until I sort of see what's on the table, because the viewpoints are basically some principles. And then those principles are ones that, in response to Bill's question, you gather that from them, so it should somehow resonate. So just trying to understand your thinking and your logic about, but you did say you're going to get another round of consultation on the framework, right?
So Nancy, maybe a quick response. That's sort of the question you raised essentially also was discussed at our board. So it was a bit of a chicken and egg question. Do you go to talk to stakeholders on the viewpoints and get their input on the viewpoints, or do you already start to develop a framework and then have the framework in hand and then going to Tom, to Willy, and starting to talk about where do you see this framework sitting in the code or outside the code, etc. Nothing is perfect. We don't have the perfect solution as to how best to approach it. We're trying as best as to thread that needle as to getting timely input that we're going to need to help inform the forward direction. So one option is precisely to develop the framework and to have it in hand, but that's potentially could take 12 months. So is our board willing to wait another 12 months? Well, it was very clear to our board that, well, we may well take another 12 months, but our stakeholders is very clear to us that they don't want to wait 12 months. They want to already understand. But importantly, if there is a vacuum, which is what we've already seen, if there is a vacuum in terms of what is being discussed, what is cooking, firms and others will start to make assumptions. There's, IAASB is developing a standard, and we're going to see a draft standard coming out. So it's because of all of these considerations is where our board said, well, look, we're going to be transparent as to what we're looking at. And we're going to bring you on board as well. We're going to talk to you. We're going to get your input, and we're going to be informed by your reactions. It's not going to be perfect because you won't have the draft framework already in front of you, but we're going to, as best as possible, explain a bit of those options and get your high-level reactions to help us steer a bit of the direction forward. So that's a bit of where we are.
The more I listen to it, I've tried to analogize to our world. This is some of the work that we would do in the information gathering phase of a project. And I think one of the, just as observers that we follow this closely, you need to be really, you're sort of trying to provide clarity about what your decision path in is from here to there, and what the alternatives that you're going down would probably be really useful for people. And I see that you're sort of formulating this on the fly in your board meeting week, but to be really clear about, okay, we're going out, we're using this as information gathering, this will inform a decision in June. These are the multiple paths that are available to us. We're not clear yet on the path, which path we're going to choose. And I think almost maybe we need Hernan's diagram ready to go. We were talking about diagrams this week, but I think what I think we're all trying to figure it out. Remember, people contextualize in what they're used to. So, but it seems like you're really much in the information gathering phase of this project, not well down the road to writing standards or writing a framework, and what that could look like is something else. Am I correct on that?
Yes, it's very much about taking our stakeholders on a journey. So the next couple of quarters, it's more about more targeted stakeholders. But as we move forward, we'll have, of course, the public and more formal consultation as well. But we felt that it's important that we start to socialize those options. And so, again, to some of the earlier feedback and comments, is so stakeholders are comfortable as they discuss with us.
Okay. Very conscious. We could always take a few minutes into our break, obviously, but I do want to hear this next part.
Okay. Thank you. In terms of the coordination, like I said, we have had very close coordination with IAASB representatives, and special thank you certainly to Greg, Misha, and Jasper and Willie, who has been very helpful, very supportive, and in terms of helping us to develop our thinking. Particularly, I just want to draw out the development of the linkages paper, and certainly we had very strong involvement from your side, and giving us very good input, and it's almost like a co-writing sort of environment, which is really helpful. And really help, I guess, hopefully both of us to understand a bit more what each other are doing in that space. So that's really good. But before I move on to the actual linkages paper, I just want to see if Greg or Jasper or Willie have anything to add on the coordination side.
Jeff, I just want to make use of the opportunity to thank the three of you as well for the coordination. As there was really close coordination. I've been like almost every other day I'm on a phone call with Jeff on this and the strategy. So we're talking a lot with each other. So I think it's it was very constructive, the collaboration that we had on this, especially the last couple of weeks on the paper that shows the links between ISQ1 and the viewpoints.
Yes, thank you. Jasper usually is when Jasper's having breakfast and I'm having a late night dinner, but nonetheless, it's very helpful. So let's move on to the next slide. I think this is the main part we really want to get your feedback on, and hopefully we have a little bit more time to get that input. So this is on the paper on the linkages between the draft IAASB viewpoint and ISQ1. In terms of of the why really we developed this paper very much in response to feedback we have heard as well. And as we've mentioned that this paper is very much you could say that as developed jointly between us, even though it's an IAASB paper per se, but it's really very much developed jointly between ourselves and your board's representatives as well. One of the things we wanted to highlight in this paper and to our stakeholders as well is whilst we believe this paper addressed some of the queries about linkages to ISKM1 from some of our stakeholder groups, it is not a like-for-like comparison because, of course, as you appreciate, ISKM1 has gone through a very, its own due process and its own standard, and it's a finalized standard, whereas these draft viewpoints, as we mentioned earlier, it's very much just tools that we use to have further engagement to help us develop our thinking in terms of the framework that we're looking at developing next year. So they are a little bit different. They're different authority, different levels of detail. So we just wanted our stakeholders, as they read this paper and use this paper, to bear that in mind. You will note that the paper itself, some of the things I want to draw out is that it highlights, of course, that inherent relationship between, between ethics or ethical culture and system quality management. And in this paper, as we explain the linkages, we also try to explain the differences in terms of objectives, scopes, and output and granularity in terms of the focus on ethical culture. As you see that in the appendix of this paper, we have put in an illustrative comparison of two of the FCG elements, being ethical leadership and incentives and disincentives. So when you read the main body of the paper and also the appendix, hope it helps people to understand how they relate, how they interact, the linkages, but also the differences as well between ISKM1 and these draft IAASB viewpoints. In terms of next steps, we would intend to, of course, as we mentioned, that it will form part of a briefing note, and we will use that for stakeholders engagement, and hopefully this paper will be useful, particularly for those who are, from firms and also for regulators as well, because we have heard feedback and comments and questions about what the linkages are. But our board agrees at this stage not to resume the comparison with ISKM1 until we start developing the draft FCG framework for a number of reasons. Number one, because we felt that this linkages paper, with the support of your colleagues here, really help sufficiently address the stakeholders' queries on the interaction between the two and what we're doing, and also with ISKM1. But also, as we mentioned, the viewpoints are only tools, and the comparison may only have a few months of value, because then I think the comparison makes more sense when we're actually going to develop the framework itself. So on that basis, the board agrees perhaps there's no need to, while they are of value, but perhaps they're on balance, they felt that there's no need to resume that comparison and do the remaining 6 viewpoints. So the board is very supportive of the paper that we presented. They provided some refinements, suggestions, but no fatal flaw suggestions. And also our PIOB observers also expressed support in terms of the importance of coordination, of course, but highlighting also the importance of this paper and the importance of emphasizing and highlighting the linkages between ISKM1 and these viewpoints. So with that, perhaps I'll just pass back to Tom to get your feedback.
Yes, maybe to add, Jeff, to what you've been saying. So on the detailed comparison that are in the appendixes, so we are very much interested in your views on whether those are useful. Are they useful in illustrating the differences and the linkages? And if so, they're useful. What are your views on these other six viewpoints? I know, of course, Jeff, you mentioned that your board has made is of the view that 2 is enough, but we would still be very much interested in the view of our board, given this close linkage between the 2 standards. So thought I'll just add that for before we go into discussion.
Thank you, Jesper.
Ada?
Thank you, and thank you for the update provided. It's and then regardless what I think of the viewpoints, and I do have certain views, but it's not up to me. That's up to your board, and I'll leave your board to deal with it. But the link, and I found the document that expressed or that provided the linkages, explains the differences, but also the areas of commonalities. I found them very useful, and and I would very strongly urge that you do them for all 6 of them or all 8 of them, also for the remaining 6, because I think that will provide you much richer feedback as and when you socialize these with the firms or with other parties, because it clarifies much better what incremental effort, if any, is necessary. So I nearly fell off my chair of the decision of not developing any further of these, hence why I raised my 10 card that quickly. So again, my point of view would be to continue this effort. It's a good effort. It really helps to zoom in on what we're really talking about. Thank you.
Josephine?
Yes, thank you. It was an actually really helpful exercise because before it was more sort of like anecdotal. Yes, that just sounds like ISQM1, but actually matching it to the objectives within the components and then drilling down to specified responses and then thinking through what the application material was trying to support in terms of practitioners actually building on those objectives, developing risks, responses, and building them into their system of quality management, and then looking at your viewpoints and thinking, where would this sit? What's therefore missing? Also making that connection, because for us, QM is about quality, includes obviously ethics, and it includes culture. And also we were thinking about, when you're thinking about relevant ethical requirements, how do they fit into that, and the firm's ability to make sure that they properly embed the code in their organization. And so it was a really helpful exercise. And I agree with Ado that it would be much richer, I think, with all this feedback you're doing, particularly on the one-on-one scenarios and discussions, to have that linkage and make that available. So then firms can also picture it in their mind. Well, this is what my system looks like, and this is how I put this together, and where would therefore this viewpoint sit? I recognize that I'm thinking about it from my IAASB hat and QM1, admittedly, and you're going beyond that. But for that reason, I think we should certainly look at them all, because having looked at them just briefly, I feel that there is a fit there. I think we only came across 1 or 2 where we felt, yeah, that's a good one, that's missing. But yeah, on the whole, I could see how it all flows and works together, and I think that's important. Thank you.
Nancy?
So it sounds a little bit like I'm chiming in as well. I too am supportive of going ahead and carrying out the analysis to complete the linkage for the remaining 6 VPs. I come at it from, I guess, for good reasons that my colleagues have articulated. I come at it from maybe 3 angles. Number 1, I think out there our stakeholders are looking for that information. So it would be helpful, and you might get better engagement if you put that information out there. It primes the pump so that their response and their feedback to you may be more meaningful in terms of looking at issues at the margin, right? So you deal with some of the more common and easier commonality differences, and then, what are some of the finer points, and help them focus on the finer points. Number 2, the way I look at it is that it truly demonstrate the coordination between the 2 boards, right? I mean, this is not something that IASB would do on its own. It clearly would have to involve IAASB, and to the broader public, we're really coordinated, and I think that's of some value. And then the final point is, if you don't put it down and then you go into these focus groups and you have conversation, people will ask you, you're going to have to speak off the cuff. Whereas you have it in writing, both sides, if we were to be asked, we sing from the same song sheet. And there's merits to that. So for all those reasons, coupled with what my colleagues articulated, there is real merit to go forward and do that. While I have the microphone, just one more thought about the process, and it's this whole simulation exercise that you're talking about. If you can, and I don't know if it's that easy to do because it's actually a lot of work on the part of the participating firm, it would be good to get two. Reason being, you have scalability and proportionality. So trying to bring in like different levels of firm would help you really test your ideas out. So thank you.
Wendy?
Thank you. Thank you, Tom. I agree with what Edo and Nancy just said. I also was surprised that we were going to not go forward with the comparison, especially when you were talking about the reach out. And that, I was thinking if you were coming to me and asking questions, if I didn't have a framework first to use as kind of the benchmark where I am and where the viewpoints are going, it would be more difficult to be able to respond. And the other thing I might consider is what I have already in a behavioral code of conduct at the firm, and I can kind of layer that in because that is probably specific to firms themselves. So I think you should continue to do the comparison. Thank you.
Bill, I know you put your head down because you agreed with what was it?
Yeah, I agree. Do the other six.
Okay, Greg?
Thanks. I just thought maybe firstly we should have the next slide on just to capture the things we're after. Yeah, which is both, I guess, a positive support, ideally, for the linkages document itself as a useful resource and maybe something to be built on. And then the second question, which we're more focused on right now, which is what about the other six? I think just to reinforce the comments already made, to me, it's about a package. And, 2 of 8 is not a package. And therefore, it's difficult to demonstrate easily to stakeholders what we're talking about. I think you're right that 2 sort of illustrates the concept, but I think 8 delivers the package. So I guess I just reinforce the what others have said, that let's keep doing the work. Maybe you want to start your outreach and all that, but let's keep doing the work between us so that actually both boards are in good shape when we need to be. Thanks.
Anyone else want to come in? Okay, you got a sense that our board is really anxious to continue this effort and thinks it would be helpful for you in your process to make sure that it's ongoing and not delayed further.
Maybe I'll respond very quickly, Tom, just also conscious of time. Absolutely, the feedback is well received, and we'll take that back to our board on Friday. Really, the motivating factor, or maybe the underlying reason for our board to say, well, we've already done 2 of the viewpoints, and that serves the purpose of illustrating a bit of the linkages. And given the plan for outreach over the next 6 months, essentially there was that overriding concern as to will our staff resources be tied up in further developing the linkages to the other 6 sets of viewpoints when there is so much work to be done in terms of executing the outreach plan. And there is going to be quite a significant amount of work in terms of organizing all the meetings, the focus group meetings, teeing up the approach to the discussions and setting up all the individual meetings as well. So the concern about the resource commitment was essentially what was driving our board's sort of positioning on this particular matter. But as I say, we'll take that feedback back to our board so that we can hopefully get to a resolution, a good landing point on Friday.
I guess the only partly I totally take it in the context. I think sort of what I hear from our board is though the acknowledgement of what firms have done and how ISQM1 may have impacted it in this area would actually probably be really helpful to facilitate in the type of engagement because it seems to be where some of the disconnect may exist. Did you want to come in?
Yeah, briefly. So, and Ken, don't get me wrong. I've heard the consideration in the first instance. I do think that with these with this analysis done for all 8 viewpoints, I think the robustness of the feedback you get back is going to be better. Also, I know there's a trade-off between time you spend here and there, but I think you will gain traction as a result of it. So that has come into the consideration, I think, not only for me, but also for my fellow board members here. Thank you.
So, and then one other things is that you're definitely not in this alone. We know the resource constraint, like Jesper, Villy, and I are saying, like, we would certainly put some effort into this to help you out to get these done, which I know we've already been doing, but, so there's no more. You're not your board. You have to speak to your board. So I don't think we should belabor this point any further. Okay, is anything else that we want to raise on firm culture and governance?
No, just I guess just want to thank you for the opportunity to give you an update, and I think the feedback, as Kenneth said, is very well received. So, but if you do have any questions, feel free to just approach us, and we'll be more than happy to hopefully explain more. Thank you.
Thanks, Philippe. I know that they've been having Robert at their meeting as well, but anything from a coordination perspective you want to raise?
I think we encourage, the joint approach and the coordination. And I'm sure that my fellow board members, Robert, stressed this point too, because we are we pay a lot of attention to coordination between the two boards. And I think that on this subject, it's a key aspect of the future success in this development.
Okay, thank you all for being here. Okay, we're going to go to break now, but I'm going to ask Villy to give a little bit on logistics.
Yes, so we've got 33 minutes to get the boardroom ready for a joint meeting. So what the team is going to do is, as far as possible, we've tried not to upset where board members are sitting, but a few will be upset. Sorry, not upset. A few will be impacted. They may be upset as well, but we've got to position IAASB ethics. So for example, when Nancy and Neil is sitting, you will probably need to move one across. So sorry, Neil. But so what the team will do is, if you can all step away from the table fairly quickly, then they will put up the cards and you will see where you need to move to. But you will be almost in the be in the vicinity where you are at the moment. And then just for the broader room, because the TAs and staff are coming across, the space at the back is basically, except for the directors of the two teams, it would be for staff and technical advisors on a first come, first served basis. And those that do not get a seat, and our public observers, can go up to the green room and the orange room to watch the YouTube feed.
Do we have popcorn up there?
No popcorn yet.
Oh, okay. Okay, we're on break. Maybe tidy up your area a little bit to make it easier for the team to adjust.